Just
Oh,
a name
right.
generator.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah. And I mean, elven names are tough. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say that is very, very elven.
if it has multiple vowels in sequence, you know,
Yeah,
Elvish is like one step removed from Welsh.
Oh,
true.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I just did the Elven name generator and picked the longest one.
There you go.
Give me the
Some
one
of
with the
us
most
choose to
letters.
defy convention.
All right. So this is, I believe, it's either 45 or 46. I looked earlier and then I promptly forgot because I was doing other things. But you guys are, after many years, you guys have actually been invited to the Rushlight Festival, a festival, a gathering of the different representatives of the River Kingdoms, which, now that you guys are aware, the River Kingdoms themselves do extend beyond just the Stolen Lands and Pataks. There are other kingdoms out there. Gralton, Daggermark, Mavon, and Timon have all set representatives to this festival. The festival is being put on by King Irovedi of Pataks as a gathering of minds and a chance for everybody to kind of show off, and a sizable prize for the winner of the overall tournament. You guys made a grand entrance in your new airship to the oohs and ahs of the gathered crowd. None of them have ever seen such a thing, and as you guys have made your way around, like you checked out the menagerie and you checked out the vendors and the market and that sort of thing. There is a sizable amount of talk. Like, people are duly impressed by your entrance. And to kind of further cement your reputation, you guys have been participating in the various events. You won the archery because Traxton exposed the person who technically won as a cheat, and he was dragged off by the Pataxian wardens to be spoken to. Flower handedly won the log hewing. I'm sure the great shock of no one. So yeah, you guys are right now. You guys are favored to win the overall tournament. There are two events left. There is the boasting tournament, and the grand finale, the midnight joust, which is traditionally held at midnight on the last day. Participants are oftentimes drunk, and then after the joust, the next morning is when the winner is announced and prizes are awarded and so on and so forth.
Hmm.
So you've got basically about two and a half ish days of festival left.
Well,
Basically, there's one event a day.
okay.
So there's still the boasting is going to be tomorrow, and then the next day is given over to general festivities, and then the midnight joust, and then in the morning prizes, and people start to go their separate way. With the log hewing out of the way, I will turn it over to you guys to do whatever it is you would like to do.
Who do we want to try to make a deal with first?
Is there any particular motivation we have to make a treaty with anybody?
Well, for one, we need new trade agreements.
Sure. Other than just the base, I'm saying, like, is there any other factor that comes into it? Like,
Weakening Patax's position.
yeah, that's okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, do we not like somebody and we want to get their allies to be our ally, or their enemies to be our allies?
I mean, that was the idea that I was.
Yeah.
Was it? Was it Mavon that had the cheater using adamantine?
No, that was Taman.
I'm personally biased towards the place with adamantine, but that's just me.
Sure.
It's as good a place to start as any.
I suppose. Yeah.
So yeah, let's send them an envoy and see if they would enjoy an airship tour of the basin. I think we're in river basin, sort of.
Sure. And whoever would like to can give me a society roll to see what you know about Taman.
I would
Good.
love to do that. Is
Okay.
this recall knowledge?
Yes.
Okay, I will use esoteric lore instead.
Spooky society.
I've heard bits and pieces at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Did that work, Chris, or should I?
Yep, I got it.
Okay.
All right. So Professor and Snow Maple. Both of you know that Taman is famed for its prestigious gladiators and their battle arenas. Basically, it's a city state. It's not like a full-fledged country. But they make their living off of entertainment.
Oh, okay.
And the gladiators themselves, the successful ones, like it's a whole soap opera. You know, like if somebody's a very successful gladiator, they can inspire devotion to the point where people will like assassinate their rivals and go to war to prop up their good name, that sort of thing. Like it's like the most hardcore of wrestling fans.
Yeah.
So the very strong gladiators, the consistently winning gladiators, are held in extremely high regard. And
So,
as a
sorry.
matter of fact, the current ruler of Taman, named Gladiator Lord Gaius Veltrin, is actually here at the festival. He's not participating, but he is one of the representatives of Taman.
Have we seen him at any of the events up to this point?
You have seen him around. He's
Is he is he an extremely extraordinary physical specimen? Like, is he a very large man, or?
he's not super large, but he does have an imposing presence.
Right. Gotcha.
Here you go.
Not enormous, but like
There you go. I will post a picture.
dangerous. Oh yeah, okay.
Jesus.
Well,
That's
he ain't
like
tiny.
no. That's like straight out of Sparta.
Yeah, he is not tiny, and he does have a distinctly non-human look about him.
I was
Like-
gonna say, are his eyes actually look like they're made out of magma / fire?
They do.
Well,
Okay.
they match his belt.
They do.
Oh yeah,
He
I just saw the belt.
he actually has like a vaguely warm aura around him.
Oh okay.
And sorry, what was his name?
His name is Gaius, Lord Gladiator Gaius. Veltrin is his last name.
And it looks like, and is it actually in like that we could see as well? It looks like he's got a heat haze around him. Is that also the?
It's something you can feel when you're close to him.
Okay, it's not a visual thing you can see.
No, it's almost like he is a personal gate to the elemental plane of fire.
Oh,
Oh. What was his name again? Lord.
Gaius Veltrin.
sounds like it might be uncomfortable at times.
And his the woman that accompanies him is named High Priestess Kalrena Vorik. She proudly displays the kind of the spiked gauntlet of Gorum.
Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah, and we just kicked his boy's ass.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be fun.
And Professor, since you actually rolled quite well, the Church of Gorham it's like the unofficial state religion.
Okay, cool.
So it's not mandatory that everyone in Taman belongs to the Church of Gorham, but it is strongly suggested.
A lot of people do.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't think we have any problem with Durham specifically. Just his champion is kind of a dickbag.
Sure.
I mean, by technicality, that's me now.
Gonna say
Yeah, so
we're
that's something to talk about.
we're remaking one. It might be an inn. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Hmm.
conversation starter.
Yeah.
Would I be able to use my diplomat's badge to make a recall knowledge check about people from Taman?
Sure.
Someone who can tell things should probably keep an eye on her when we meet. See how much interest she has in flour.
I mean, with this guy's fiery aura, Snow Maple's probably going to be trying to resist snuggling up against him.
You?
Yeah,
Okay. Sorry, no.
she has a type. People that are, very warm.
All right. What would you like to know about the people of Taman?
Maybe just generally what strife they've had recently. If there's, been a plague going around or lower crop yields or anything like that.
Nothing of recent mind. They do tend to. They're fairly well regarded because, I mean, if you need to like get your soldiers trained or something like that, you send them off to the colleges in Taman, and they will come back as hardened warriors. So they've got fairly sizable political connections by being essentially like the Athenic city where they train their soldiers. So the few problems that they've had have been fairly quickly handled because nobody wants the warlike gladiatorial state to start eyeing neighboring territory.
That's fair. Okay. Well, what do you guys think? Should we ask for an audience? Give them a tour?
Yeah. I don't think we should ask them for an audience. I think we should invite them.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
Extend the invitation.
I'll write up a missive and invite them for a tour.
All right. Yeah, they're definitely interested in having a tour of the airship. So
Real quick. This is next day, right?
it can even be later this day after the log hewing.
Okay. I just wanted
Okay,
to know.
cool.
Interesting.
The log hewing did go pretty quick.
Yeah, yeah. It did.
There. That's what the high priestess looks like. Of note, her hair is silver and not white.
Like silver color or silver material?
Like silver color. Glints in the sunlight, though.
Interesting.
Like actually metallic.
Yeah. As
Um,
opposed to Snow Maple's hair.
Yeah. And she's the one wearing the
Which in the
gauntlet.
right light is blinding.
So she's wearing... Yeah, she is the high priestess of Gorham.
Okay.
Man, that is one intense goth girl.
Mm-hmm.
She has she does carry a great sword on her back. Anybody who's trained in religion, though, knows that is essentially her holy symbol. As a cleric of Gorham, she undoubtedly knows how to use it, but it's more a statement of place in society than it is a functional weapon.
I bet some people have made that assumption and been mistaken in the past.
But Lord Geisen, as he approaches, like you can feel the heat, and he seems to take a moment to kind of like dampen it down some. But he will, he'll greet all of you, and he's not as intense as he looks. Like he has like a friendly smile, despite all the kind of scarring on his chest. He is wearing like the gladiator ceremonial armor. So like bare chested, shoulder paltron, the whole 9 yards. Like definitely
just the one pole drum.
Yeah, definitely dressed up as a statement as opposed to, being ready for battle. It's like,
Gotcha.
thank you for the invitation. We are very interested in discussing things with you. And as he does that, like both of them have their eyes pretty much locked on Flower.
Mm-hmm.
Something the matter?
Oh, we have heard that someone put the one claiming to be Amrag in its place. Word travels.
Of course.
Yes, well, it seems in this day and age, no pretender lasts long.
If he was a true descendant or avatar of Gorum, he would not have been defeated.
Our thoughts exactly.
So,
Can we offer you some refreshments before we depart?
certainly.
Get a round of drinks for everybody, and then we'll get this show on the road. Or the air.
Yeah.
Distinctly not using the road anymore.
So yeah,
We don't need roads.
your crew is running around making sure everything is ready, ready for liftoff. And when the airship lifts off, like the rest of you, you've had some experience with it, so you know to expect a little bit of lurching as it takes off. But there is some stumbling from your guests.
Oh yeah, hold on.
And Snow Maple try to steady the big guy.
Sure, if you like.
Definitely.
And yeah, he is definitely warm to the touch.
Oh,
He hesitates for just a minute before she pulls away.
More importantly, though, Snow Maple, you actually feel the heat through your fire resistance.
Delightful.
I was gonna say, do you get slightly singed? That'd be cool.
He's not that warm currently, but it's enough to know that if you were to get on his bad sides, you would not want to count on that to protect you in any way, shape, or form.
No, 6 points of fire resistance. Not nothing.
Yep, but it is resistance and not immunity.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, but yeah, you're like, oh, yeah. But yeah, and it's weird. Like these two fairly serious-seeming individuals do their best to like stifle smiles as the airship takes off into the air. Like they're doing their best to maintain that stoic demeanor, but
They're having fun.
they would not want to admit they're having fun. But you can tell that they've never experienced anything like this.
I think Snow Maple would just say, "It's okay. You're among friends." It's pretty impressive.
And your kingdom built this?
Oh yeah.
This is not something you found in the wastes of Numeria or the Mana Wastes? This is something you built yourselves?
Yeah.
Built, designed, all of it.
Primarily these two, and Traxton would point out the professor and Amaranthar.
This is impressive. We have never seen anything like this.
It sure as heck beats walking. Let me tell you.
Walking is good exercise.
It is. It is. Not to doubt you there.
Mhm.
but I've slept on the ground enough for now.
I can see how this would have its merits for sure. Is this something that you are capable of trading? I mean, we have no use for conventional naval ships. But a ship of this nature.
Well, you know, my lord, it does take no short amount of resources to create a marvel such as this. But that being said, perhaps there's some trade we can agree to.
Perhaps we, in some of our entertainments, we stage battles between ships inside a flooded coliseum. If we were to have 2 of these, perhaps of a smaller scale, the spectacle we could provide to our people and to our visitors would be beyond compare.
Through the roof.
That would be
anyway.
very exciting. Yeah.
Your Grace, you do need to understand that these vehicles are remarkably expensive to manufacture.
Oh, without a doubt. I would expect it to be much more expensive than the cost of a simple seagoing galley.
But in time, with a valued trade partner, I don't see why we could not create one or 2, perhaps smaller designs like you requested.
Yes, I don't think we would need anything quite this large, although the use I can see for transporting a number of people a distance. But our focus would be on something we could use to enhance our reputation as the city to come to for shows beyond imagining.
I dare say it would be terribly impressive, as part of a spectacle like you describe. I think the only problem would be getting your audience high enough to witness it.
Well, we would stage the battles relatively close to the ground in case of any mishaps.
Oh, of course.
And as he says that, he does kind of look warily over the edge.
I assure you, this ship is very secure. You needn't worry.
Oh, I'm more worried about someone getting caught up in their performance and melodramatically falling off the side, thinking that they are closer to the ground than they actually are.
If that's entirely possible.
Yes, well, there's no engineering solution for foolishness.
True. Well, perhaps a magical one. Perhaps we could stage some wizards around the ship just in case.
That would work, yeah.
Would that not diminish the spectacle?
People come for spectacle, they don't come for death.
Safety
Fair enough.
first.
Don't get me wrong, occasionally people do wish to settle blood feuds in the arena, and we are more than happy to accommodate. But if gladiators were to fight to the death all the time, there would be a shortage of gladiators.
For sure.
So it's much more about the illusion of danger as opposed to actual danger.
And I'm sure the wizards could be sheltered, maybe hidden, with a bit of clever staging.
Oh, of course. That's something that we would worry about if you were able to provide us with the vessels.
Yeah. And again, in time with a valued trading partner, I don't see why you couldn't have such a perhaps even a set of airships.
Let's see. I mean, we don't have a lot to trade other than training and knowledge. But advisors can work that out, I'm certain.
Of course, it's more about forming relation, and we do have a growing force of soldiers, and they can, of course, always use enhanced training.
Well, I'm sure something can be worked out there. Our military schools are amongst the best in all the river kingdoms.
Indeed, some of our more recent troops, I think, are devout followers of Igorum.
Well, then you should never fear losing any battle.
Well, they're fairly impressive, but you know, you can always have a little more training.
Of course. And somebody can give me a diplomacy roll.
I would love to give a diplomacy roll.
I could roll to help.
Sure
Yeah,
can. That is a critical success.
+2, right, for trained?
+2 for trained, yes, I think.
Okie dokie.
30. 30 is not enough.
I'll hero point it.
There we
What about
go.
a 40?
A 40, not a critical success, but definitely a success.
I'll take it.
Yeah, for sure.
So I mean, where are you guys taking them in the airship? Are you just kind of doing like just around the local area, or are you going further afield?
Well, we're kind of in like a river valley, aren't we? The way it was described.
It's like a plateau on the border of Patax.
Oh, it's a plateau.
But there is
looks like
a
There's a nice little lake, though.
yeah, there is a nice little lake and a river. So yeah, you can take them like up or down the river along the Pataxian border.
Oh, why not? Why not once around the lake?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like once around the lake.
See if there's a spooky castle on this island too.
This guy.
Don't we have another spooky island in our kingdom to deal with too, don't we? Not to deal with, but exist, don't we?
Yeah, it's there. The
Yeah.
witch told us not to go there, so we didn't.
Yes, the swamp lady who distinctly is not a witch or a hag.
Right.
The not hag told us not to go there at level 5. I think we can manage it.
Yes, at level 5, she's like, don't go there.
No. We should check it out now.
So this little island is it's beautiful. It does not look like it is inhabited. The only denizens of this island seem to be these like very brightly colored, like almost rainbow-esque eagle-like birds. Probably, like, they're not huge birds. They've got a wingspan probably about 4 or 5 feet. But there are large numbers of them. And since you guys have a telescope and Traxon's eye slash tattoo, you can see that the kind of in the center there's like this large pool of water that basically is in the center of the island, and then a deep spring that flows down into the river and then down into the southern part of Rushlight. Traxton, with your nature skill, you would guess that central pool is probably fed from like an underground reservoir as opposed to the lake itself.
Oh, interesting.
Can we tell what kind of birds these are?
They're
And they like birds?
they're egrets.
Egrets.
So yeah, egrets are basically the same as herons. They're like long-legged wading birds.
Gotcha.
Hmm.
But these ones are like all the colors of the rainbow, and some of them are multicolored. So like when they take flight, it's like a rainbow taking flight. But
When
they're.
we sort of,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, when we sort of go around the lake or get close, at least to my visual perceptive abilities, does there seem to be any obvious difference in the water in this pool and in the lake? Like, is it a different color? Is there
Um,
steam coming off it?
you can give me a call it a sequel. You've got enhanced smell.
Sure.
How big are these egrets?
They're not very big. Like if you've ever seen like a crane or a heron, they're about that size.
So they're birds. They're not.
They are birds.
Yeah. Okay.
Like nature birds, yeah. I'm trying to do the basic actions and it tells me I have no PC or NPC selected.
Just yeah, make a perception roll from your character sheet. It's because you don't have a
Okay.
token on the map.
That's what. And this is not a visual thing, is that right?
Correct. It's scent based.
Okay. Just got a few toggles here, making sure what I can and cannot do. Unfortunately, we're not technically in the wilderness right now, or are we?
You are, yes.
Perfect. At least I got one bonus to put on.
Oof.
Ooh.
42, the critical. So yes, as you're taking a look, tracking, you smell like the water here. All of the water smells remarkably clean. Like you would guess that like the underground reservoir is not just filling this little pool, but also is probably responsible for the lake that then flows down into the river. So that source of water is extremely pure. Like there's no scent at all of any contamination, either man-made or natural. Which is weird considering the sheer amount of bird poop that probably falls into it.
Gotcha. There's got to be a lot of fish here.
A lot of fish, or the source is somehow extremely pure, but
Braxton's like, "Oh, what's that smell?" And everyone's like, "It's clean."
Wait, what? Why do I hate clean?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Just not used to it.
ranger
I
stereotype.
think I'm the only one I think at one point who's mentioned bathing in the rain with a bar of soap. So anyway, it's fine. Gotcha. All right.
But yeah, it's like a lovely little kind of nature tour.
Spring-fed lake.
Fed lake. But I mean, with the airship, the whole trip like around the lake, and doing stopping to like marvel at the birds and all that stuff, it probably takes like a couple of hours.
Oh yeah.
And the whole time,
That's a good cruise.
it's like one of those tourist cruises.
Plenty of time to have a few snacks, have a few drinks, lay the groundwork for some diplomatic relations.
Yep. And while you're traveling, while you guys are kind of talking up Gladiator Lord, Calrena will take some time to basically ask Flower like what it was like being in the Temple of Amrag or Armag, and what did it feel like when you found the sword. Like, she doesn't seem like she's interested at all in like where is the sword now sort of thing, but genuinely interested in what you felt when you were there and what it felt like to get the sword.
I think Flower's currently away from keyboard.
Ah. But yes, is there anything else folks would like to ask of these folks?
Snow Maple will chime in about the statue. The statue of Armag that we faced?
The test of strength.
Yeah. That was definitely pretty powerful.
Most sacred sites to Gorum have a variety of things to overcome to prove your worth, either through strength or stamina or tactical knowledge.
Indeed, we also faced some of his priestesses, I believe. They were quite powerful as well.
Priestesses.
They might have been shamans. Hard to say. But their spellcasting abilities were quite daunting. And it seemed like their main goal was to slow us down enough to allow Armag to complete whatever ritual he was trying to do to get the sword.
Do you describe what the priestesses look like?
Yeah.
It's like those are not priestesses of Gorum.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
In a way, I am glad. I would hate to think that my fellow sisters fell to you. No offense.
No, none taken.
Those priestesses worship Gerona.
Oh, yes.
Perhaps more indication that this false Armag was destined for failure.
Yeah. The thing that really put me on was how eager he was to sacrifice his own people to advance himself.
His people will be strong enough to survive, or they will die in battle. We do not necessarily hold human life in the same regard as you.
Tragically, a lot of them didn't get a chance to die in battle.
Oh, well, that is unfortunate. All the more reason that we're glad that he was put down.
Some of them died in flame.
So, well, in case you're concerned, I can assure you that if any of the priests or priestesses of Gorum hear this tale, they will not hold it against you for defeating this pretender.
Yeah, good to know, though. Yeah, thank you.
In case there were concerns that we may take offense. He was weak, you were strong. In the end, that's what matters.
I know. Other than Flower, we don't look that impressive.
No, you do not.
But we work together well.
Oh, Gorum is the god of battle and war, not necessarily strength. So, working together will often overcome significant challenges.
Indeed.
And then, unless you guys have anything else you would like to ask them? Oh.
Yeah, just quickly. I'm going to ask in a way that it doesn't sound like we're accusing his people of cheating. But I'm just going to chat with Lord Gaius about adamantine and its properties. Perhaps, I don't know, maybe where to find some.
Yeah, it would be something we'd be interested in trading for.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, we do have some supplies. My understanding is that there may be some in the northern mountains of this area. We have not been able to finance an expedition this far north.
The mountains north, you mean Breathland?
Yes. It's quite a distance from our lands. So we have not, we have heard rumors, but we have not taken it upon ourselves yet to scout this far north. As far as I know, that area is currently unclaimed.
Interesting. And you don't know of any dangers of the area, perhaps?
Oh, it is an exceptionally dangerous area.
Dragons, giants, anything of the like?
The worst is Minognos Ashad.
I'm sorry?
She's a
Monogmus Ashad?
yep. Minognos hyphen USHAD.
Sounds like a dragon name.
She is the matriarch of the Wyverns. Her name translates to Eater of Kings. She has laired in those mountains for nearly 2 centuries.
Interesting. Well, perhaps if we're able to finance our own expedition to the mountains, we can become more prosperous, perhaps get some airships built a little bit faster. This information's been very helpful.
Oh, and whoever heard this can also make a DC, make an Arcana check to recall knowledge.
Sure.
And we will have our camera.
Oof.
She does. Hey, that's not bad.
Brain boys braining.
Damn, double 19s.
All right. So, oof. 1 sec here. Amaranthar is actually the only one who knows this. I.e., 36 is not enough.
No.
36 wasn't enough. Wow.
No, we're at that stage now.
Yeah. So yeah, thinking about it, thinking about the Brathland Mountains and this wyvern matriarch, and your brain starts kind of going back through things, and you've heard rumors that that mountain range is also the hunting grounds of Uthuliak.
Which is
Uthuliak is an ancient black dragon.
interesting.
She has her lair has been in those mountains. Tales of her as an ancient dragon go back centuries.
This thing's old.
This thing is old.
Ancient, even.
That would be quite a hunt. And likely to be a profitable one. But he'll certainly share that.
Okay. And at the mention of Ilithiak's name, you see these two kind of like hardened followers of Gorham. Basically, do essentially like the Gorham equivalent of the crossing themselves.
Warding off evil.
Warding off evil.
What is that? They punch themselves in the side of the head or something?
I imagine it's probably like make a clenched fist over the heart sort of thing.
Gotcha. Yeah, that was my next suggestion. Or in front
Pretty
of the
classic.
forehead or something.
Yeah. Enough to realize that like the name is the sort of thing that they are wary of.
Wisely so, I'm sure.
Well, the Eater of Kings has earned her name, and Ilithia keeps her in check.
Well, thankfully we have no king. And I'll smirk.
Well, perhaps she is not the Eater of Little Gnomes. If you go after her, may Goron bless you.
Oh, gnomes are so small. Surely they'd go after something a little more filling.
Perhaps.
That's what I pray for.
I don't believe dragon hunting is on our itinerary at the moment.
I mean, you certainly have the vessel for it.
This is true.
And perhaps a smaller dragon for our first trip.
Perhaps. Test your plans and strategies.
We do have some wyverns a bit closer to home. We could start there.
Wyverns are significantly less dangerous.
Well, that's why you start with them.
Agreed.
Yes.
Just a test of concept kind of thing.
And you guys can gradually make your way back. It's like early afternoon. It's not quite supper time.
Excellent. I think that went really well.
Yeah, we can bid our fine passengers adieu and wish them luck in tomorrow's events.
One second. I just have to check and see if Timon is actually taking part in the event tomorrow.
It didn't go poorly anyway. That's for sure.
Oh, they are.
I think Flower is back if the priestess wants one final shot.
Flower is back.
So during the trip, the priestess Kalendra, in a non-pointed, non-judgmental way, she wants to ask Flower about what it was like being in the temple, what it was like to get the sword. She doesn't ask at all about fighting Armag. She doesn't seem to care. Like, he was weak, you were strong, you won.
The temple was very grand. A little run down, obviously, but you could feel the power. The trials, as I said this in the Discord, the trials weren't easy, obviously. They were a trial, but it let us show strength. And clearly we came out with this, and I'll actually, I have the sword with me, so...
Ooh, the big show.
Yeah. And there's a moment, she doesn't fall to her knees in reverence, but she definitely takes a step back.
Mm.
And she kind of nods. As I told your friends, if there were any concerns that perhaps the Church of Gorum may wish you ill for disposing of the false Armag, rest assured that is not the case.
Excellent.
It would be different if you were perhaps a follower of other gods that we have disagreements with.
Oh, of course. Of course, anybody who came for me, I'd put them down the same way I put anybody else down anyway, so...
Excellent. That is what we like to hear. Continue to prove your strength.
And Flower gives a little bit of a wink with it, just testing the waters here,
Yeah. perhaps if you continue to prove your strength, Gorham will invite you into his stable.
We shall see where the road takes us.
Of course.
Want to touch it?
No, thank you. But yes, they do actually have a competitor in the boasting competition, Miolessa, who is a cleric of Calistria. She will be taking part in the boasting on behalf of Timon.
Calistria?
Yep,
Oh.
Calistria, the goddess of indulgence and vice and revenge.
Right.
Could I do a recall knowledge check? Or if it's just common information to know Calistria's edicts and anathemas?
It would be pretty common knowledge as long as you have religion.
Yeah, I've got religion.
Let's see.
Edicts. Pursue personal freedom, seek hedonistic thrills, take revenge. Anathema be too consumed by love or a need for revenge, let a slight go unanswered. Okay.
Don't let the sluts go unanswered then.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, yes, Calistria is all about personal freedom and indulging and getting revenge, but you have to make sure that you don't become overtaken by it. But if you antagonize them, they will respond in kind. The cleric in Fort Drelev, Satinder, was a worshiper of Calistria.
Yeah. The most pleasant brothel I've ever stayed in.
Yep. All right. So yeah, you guys still have the evening if you would like to do anything, or tomorrow is the boasting competition.
Do we want to go for 2?
What do you mean? To win this?
2 groups tonight. We've only got a couple more
Oh.
days. If we want to try to get in all of them, we need
Oh.
to maybe step it up.
Oh, take somebody else on a tour, you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. I feel like
Probably have to put up more in the way of lights.
That's what I was just about to say, yeah. Although I feel like our new wizard friend might be able to do something about that, possibly, maybe.
Maybe.
What do you need?
If we were gonna take a midnight, take someone on a midnight cruise in the airship to try and knock out some more diplomacy, we might need a bit more light.
Can you string up any magical lights for us?
I didn't prepare for lights, but I could. Not really. Not really a light person.
Oh,
I could,
okay.
I could
Well,
not really.
we'll have to get the crew to whip up some
Get a few
mundane alternatives.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they can string up some lanterns and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, break out the patio lights.
There you go.
Yeah.
Get the patio lanterns going.
Exactly. So the big question is, who do we want to take next? We've got Daggermark, Gralton, and Navone.
None of my spells can make light. I mean, Wall of Fire can, but I mean,
Yeah.
not really
Yeah.
what we're looking for.
Harmless display
Please
light.
don't cast that on the ship.
No. No fireballs.
What do you guys think? Do we have any that stand out among those 3?
Not for me.
What did we know about them?
You can make recall knowledge rolls.
Sure. So ideally, just like to get in whoever would be the best trading partners for us.
Hmm.
Right. So Snow Maple and Amaranthar. Which one would you like to find out? See what you know about.
I'm interested in Gralton.
Gralton. Okay. So Gralton. One sec here. Gralton is largely a city in exile, kind of.
A city in exile.
Like a city state. It's basically there was a big rebellion in I think it was in Galt, and a bunch of the nobility fled so they didn't get decapitated by guillotines, and they fled to Gralton, and they've kind of set up shop in that area.
Okay.
It's the inhabitants are almost entirely people who fled the revolution. Most of them are the old nobility.
Okay, gotcha. Well, that has potential.
And yeah, so they are basically a bunch of people who are relatively desperate for money and assistance in retaking Galt and restoring themselves to the throne.
Okay.
And what would Amaranthar like to know about?
Oh, Daggermark, maybe?
Daggermark.
I was just picking a name off the list here.
Yeah.
Makes sense since you guys don't know a lot about them. Daggermark is the largest city in the entire River Kingdoms, so it is larger than Leighton.
Oh, nice.
It actually has enough political and economic stability to secure an abundant supply of food. It is stable enough that it is a thriving industry and is wealthy enough that it mints its own currency. So it is a big city. Like a lot of these river kingdoms are little more than single cities, like city states. Daggermark is the largest of them. The reason for this is because it is famous for two guilds, the Daggermark Assassins Guild and the Daggermark Poisoners Guild. Basically, nobody is stupid enough to attack it because people who do tend to be found dead.
Oh, interesting.
It maintains its stability by fear of getting killed in your sleep if you dare attack them. They do not fight fair.
I like them more and more.
Notably, though, they are guilds and they hire out.
Probably not the kind of people that would mind a midnight flight.
Daggermark also has a thriving halfling community.
Oh.
And they are absolutely positively an abolitionist state. Slavers are punished by death.
Well, we don't keep slaves, so that should be a mark in our favor.
That's true.
What do you guys think?
I'm in.
Yeah, Dagger Mark seems good. They're a little far, but I think that'll be fine.
Right. So you're sending out the invitation to the representatives from Daggermark?
Yeah.
So the representatives from Daggermark are Archbanker Greaves Ventari, High Priest of Abadar, and Lady Ayana Smilos.
Didn't we used to have one of those?
You did.
A priest of Abadar?
Sorry, Archbanker Greaves what?
One sec here. Greaves Ventari.
Gotcha.
So that's a picture of Greaves with his gray eyes and gray hair. Looks as much fun as your normal Abadar priest.
Yep, buckets.
And Lady Smilas, who she does actually look fairly, not necessarily young. She looks kind of childish. Like she's still got that kind of like plumpness of the face and stuff.
Yeah, that was my next statement. Was lady question mark?
Yep. You would guess probably that perhaps she has some halfling blood in her family. Like she's not a halfling, but she has some halfling blood.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Ancestry.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But again, because the airship is impressive, they're like, yes, absolutely. She's like, oh my god, yes.
Great.
She's in some ways she reminds you of Lindsay. She's very inquisitive. She's like, what does that do and how does that function? What's the purpose of that? How many people can this hold? How much fuel does it take? What's the range on it?
I will answer her questions as well as I can without giving away any vital information.
Anything proprietary?
Yeah.
Yeah. What does it run
Gonna
on?
gonna not tell her about like the air elemental bound within the ship or anything like that.
Okay.
Gonna keep it surface level.
And as for the priest, he is primarily concerned with how much it costs and how much it costs to operate. What your return on investment is with it.
Yeah. Looking
Well, the
around. seeing
overhead's
what
fairly
stuff
low.
we had.
It's the initial investment that's quite a expense.
I see. And this is deemed feasible expense.
We think so.
And what do you use it for?
Primarily transportation and exploration. As you may or may not know, our land has recently sprung up out of the wilderness in our efforts.
It's my understanding that the Church of Avatar has tried to make inroads there to some success, not as much as we would have liked.
Father Hall has made his best efforts, yes.
I'm sure as your civilization becomes civilized, they will come to see the wisdom.
Well, we do offer a variety of levels of civilization. Some of our people are comfortable with different levels of civilization. We've tried to do our best to accommodate all faiths and levels of civilization.
And I assume the people pay their taxes and are taxed appropriately.
Yes. The Father Hull makes it abundantly clear that is what is to be.
Oh, good. I had concerns that perhaps the Wilderness Kingdom would not be a blight upon these lands.
Oh, we definitely do our best to make sure that our people get their money's worth for their taxes.
I see. Interesting. Very well. Let's see what your money has bought. In the meantime, Yana's like, "What's this? What's that? What's that over there?"
I will continue to answer questions.
Professor, you can give me a sense motive roll.
Stop her if she's
Sure.
trying to stick her head in the exhaust pipe.
Is sense motive perception?
It is.
Yeah, we don't need anybody getting sucked into an exhaust fan.
No. What's this? The turbo thrusters? What do these do?
33. 33 is just enough. She is definitely asking probing questions. But she moves on to the next question quickly enough that you almost don't catch it.
Yeah, I won't let her know that I'm on to her, but I'm purposefully like pausing at the probing questions and answering like the lesser ones. I'm gonna play her game.
But yes, she is basically poking and prodding to try to get actual information. And since you're whoever is with Yana can give me a perception roll, sight-based, if it matters.
Snow Mabel's definitely not answering her questions because she doesn't know the answer. But I'd probably be nearby.
38.
Obviously not terribly close.
Professor, you notice like as she moves, every once in a while you catch a glimpse like hidden underneath her relatively simple, like kind of like a simple noble's dress, so not commoner, but like simple cut, simple materials, well made, but she's got no less than a dozen weapons hidden on her.
That's fine. She's entitled to that.
And since you are an alchemist, the necklace that she's wearing, the way that it catches there's like liquid inside it, looks like a fairly dangerous poison. Like she is armed and ready to the gills.
Ooh, she's strapped. I like it.
And with that realization, you can give me a society roll.
I thought you were going to say she's taking pictures or something.
Is this recall knowledge?
Yes, it would be.
Okay.
She's packing.
Ooh, 25's not enough.
That's fine. I assume she's, an assassin, poisoner, etc.
But yes, she's definitely interested in the workings of your ship. And once she sees that you're not answering any questions, like she seems to note that you were deliberately avoiding her probing questions. Like she'll try every once in a while, and then she like switches the topic to talk about relatively innocuous things, like
Yeah,
But
I'll be coy with her, and just say things like, we all have to keep our own secrets, stuff like that.
she'll kind of give you a smile and a pout and say like, "I understand."
After all, if we let just anyone, learn all of the intricacies of of this piece of work, then, well, we would have nothing to trade, would we?
Well, how much would it cost to buy this ship?
This ship, I'm afraid, is not for sale.
That's
It
not,
is,
not
it is near and dear to me.
it's not what I asked.
Well, it is what I'm answering.
How much would it cost to buy a ship like this?
There you go. That's the question.
That's a better question.
That, my friend, I am not privy to answer, I'm afraid. I am simply the engineer.
Oh, well,
I'm not our salesperson.
let me know. I'm sure that friends of mine back home would be very interested in a vessel like this.
I'm sure they would be. Perhaps one smaller, quieter, could make travel very quick, very efficient.
Well, I'm sure we'll be able to make whatever modifications we need for our purposes. But if you can come back to me with a price, I can see about releasing some funds.
And we'll make the appropriate parties aware.
Thank you. And then you guys do notice, like, she walks over and she talks to the priest of Abadar, kind of like whispers in his ear, and he kind of, like, his face kind of like blanches for a moment, and then he just nods to her in a very deferential manner.
Oh, gotcha. So she's the one that's calling the shots. That is interesting to know.
Very.
Hmm.
But yeah, other than that, they enjoy their trip. After a while, like after she's asked how much it costs to buy the ship, she stops with the probing questions when she realizes the professor's not going to answer anything.
I mean, I'm sure we could cut a deal for someone who was our valued trading partner.
Perhaps. In my experience, some people just like cash.
Building a city out of the wilderness is not cheap.
And cash is often less politically tangled.
That's fair.
Oh, that's a question. I assume that amongst your motley group here, some of you have the ear of the court back home. Ask
That is safe to say.
ask them if they're ever going to come to a council meeting. Like, should we extend an invite?
Yes. Please do.
Okay, excellent. We don't have anything currently. We have no meetings planned, but we will send an invite when the next one is scheduled.
Excellent. Perhaps, if you're interested, we have an upcoming festival locally to celebrate our founding. Perhaps you'd be interested in attending the festivities.
Oh, perhaps.
Well,
I mean,
if you are, please let us know.
well, I mean, when is this festival? Because we are in the area.
Furnace 26th.
Okay, so not far off.
A couple of weeks.
Oh, perhaps we'll stay in the area for some time and check out your festival. It's easier than going all the way back home and then coming back.
Yeah, and we can discuss more on the topic of airships.
Of course. Perhaps by then your engineer will have a price for me.
Perhaps by then we'll have a chance to talk things over with the accountants.
Of course. And as I said, we'll make sure that a council invitation is sent when it's necessary. And other than that, they just make some small talk the rest of the way. The banker does not seem to like interact at all. He seems like he's just kind of judging the worthiness of the ship and where you put your money.
Right. Gotcha.
And then when they disembark, she will basically thank you. He does not. And he's kind of looking at her with kind of like a stern look. But she's like, thank you ever so much. Get in touch with me when you have a price.
You as well. It was very nice to meet you.
Of course. And they will wander off. Ooh, it's
Hey,
dark.
Professor, do you have any idea what kind of council they're talking about?
No, not offhand.
Oh boy, we should find out what that's about.
That is recall knowledge.
I would love to recall knowledge.
I think Hull would have liked them.
I think so too. Which means he probably would have instantly rubbed them the wrong way.
Professor, in your travels, you've heard of it's called the Outlaw Council.
The Outlaw Council.
Yep. Basically, it is an annual meeting held in Daggermark, where the most powerful leaders of the River Kingdoms basically discuss threats to the collective freedoms and security. It's like the United Nations for the River Kingdom.
Yeah, we need to be in on that.
Oh, I see.
It's the closest thing. Like the River Kingdoms are all like autonomous countries or city states. Like you guys probably have the largest kingdom in the River Kingdoms currently. Like Patax has a small one. Daggermark is like a city. Gralton is a city. Like most of them are city states, a couple of countries, but they're all autonomous. And nobody rules over anybody else. But this council is where all of the leaders from those things get together for anything that encompasses the entire area.
So it's like a king's meet.
Yep.
Yeah, we definitely need to be in on that.
Yeah, 100%.
Agreed.
Well, that's very good to know.
Yeah, I think we made good inroads there.
I agree. Before we retire for the night, I'll visit Otto and one of the Yoski brothers. Maybe just some of the crew in general.
Yep.
But I'd like them to do a once-over of the ship and make sure that no poison has been left anywhere. No, magical devices left behind, anything like that.
Make sure no poison has been left unintended where children might find it.
Yeah,
exactly.
Snow Maple's going to come along for that inspection as well.
Just give it a once-over inspection. Make sure she didn't do anything while she was here.
Yes, Snow Maple, you can give me a seek roll.
There you go.
So yeah, you give the ship the once over between you and the brothers and stuff, and you don't find anything, and you're confident that nothing has been left.
All right, well, that's good.
And unless there's anything folks want to do before bedtime.
Yeah, just make sure the crew's alert tonight.
Yes, Captain. Ma'am.
There'll be an extra ration of rum on the way home. How about that?
Excellent. They make some excellent. There's some excellent wine we found here over in the vendor area. It comes from the Abbey up to the north, White Rose Abbey.
Oh yeah, I had some. Get some, would you?
Yeah, that
And I'll give him some money.
excellent. Yeah, that. Oh, I mean, I'm not a wine person, but that was yeah.
Yeah, it's tart without being a little too tart, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. How much does he need?
Yeah, a couple of gold will cover it.
Yeah, excellent.
I mean,
Sold.
a couple gold will buy like a cask.
Enough for the crew, yeah.
Yep. Right. But other than that, everybody can get some shut eye.
Sweet.
Oh, it is a rainy day for the Boasting Festival. So far the weather's been pleasant, but today it turns to like a spring rain, so kind of like a little bit of a chilly rain.
Ooh. Tell me the boasting's indoors.
It is in the arena.
Oh, thank goodness. Wait, the Coliseum?
Yep.
Oh no, the Coliseum's open air.
Yeah, we're gonna get a little wet. Oh, does Mage Armor protect you against rain?
No.
Damn.
In that case, Snow Maple is definitely not participating in the boast. Snow Maple is going for the box.
If we head to the Coliseum bright and early, can we check out the rules for the boast?
You sure can.
Oh yeah, Snow Maple will go and make sure we get registered. Bright and early. As she does.
Snow
Do we know who
Maple's-
our second competitor is?
You do know who your competitors are. The competitors are listed.
I meant, who else we're gonna put in for our kingdom?
Oh, I think it's you and Flower, isn't it?
Oh, Flower, are you coming?
Yeah, I might as well.
Hell yeah.
You know, tell them how to tell a real story, huh?
I mean, if nothing else, Flower brings enthusiasm.
It's true. Do you want a little interpersonal pick me up before we start?
I would never say no.
I'll make a fresh batch for us this morning.
Right. So the third tournament is a test of boasting and storytelling. It is actually the second most anticipated event. It has occurred in every tournament since the start. And the first year... it is the longest running thing. Like, even the Joust has been in play less time than the boasting. And a lot of the speculation that you overhear, a lot of what the people look forward to is the audacious nature of the boasts. And there's like, you hear like tales about like stories that have been told previously, and you get the feeling that this is less of a factual historical retelling of a thing and much more of a like, and then I wrestled the bear with one leg tied behind my back.
Yeah. It's time for the proverbial shit talk, as it were.
Time to pull out the absolute believable sounding bullshit we can.
The rules are very simple. There is a wooden platform in the center of the Coliseum. Each contestant takes the stage and boasts to the audience about their great accomplishments. One of their greatest accomplishments. But the one is iffy. It must last for 15 minutes, And it must consist of a beginning, a middle, and an end. So it must be a complete story in 15 minutes.
Okay.
It does not have to be factual, and in fact, is often better if it's not. Your job is to basically, the crowd is the one who judges the winner.
That's it. There's
Those are the rules. Aside from, of course, the obvious rules, like, don't kill spectators, or don't harm spectators, don't kill your competitors, and don't get caught cheating.
wasn't there a general rule, or was it just the archery, that if it didn't say magic was allowed, then magic is assumed to be
Yep.
cheating?
No. Yeah, if it's said like magic is allowed, then magic is allowed.
Okay, but otherwise it's assumed to be cheating.
Correct.
Okay.
Your fellow competitors, there's a gentleman named Mammon from Daggermark, who's this very dashing gentleman with like an immaculately groomed mustache and beard. The sort of person, like, when he walks in such a way that his chest is puffed out, sort of thing. Looks very pretentious. From Gralton, there is a dwarf, a very, very flamboyantly dressed dwarf with a very deep, resonant voice, like John Rhys Davies, sort of like a Gimli type of voice in a flamboyant dwarf.
Huh.
And what's their name?
His name is Angus. Ankus, sorry, Ankus.
Unkus.
There is Selah from Mavon, wearing a raven-themed helm and a cloak of black feathers.
Ooh.
The competitor from Patax, most of you recognize.
Oh.
Her name is Anemede. She is one of Patax's best-known social commentators.
Oh, this isn't who I
That's one
thought
from
it
the hunting lodge.
Is it?
She's the lady from the hunting lodge.
Oh, God.
Her.
She is competing on behalf of Patax.
I thought it was going to be the bard that was spreading slander about us.
Nope.
He probably got fired.
I hope so.
And then there is Miolessa, who is a elven clerk of Calistria from Taman. Those are your competitors.
Okay.
Mechanically, just so all the players know what's involved. Basically, you tell 3 parts. First of all, you introduce yourself, you set up the scene for the story, then you tell the bulk of the story, and then you bring it to the ending. For each part, you can decide to either make everything up, which is deception. You can relate events in such a way that it appeals to audience interest, which is diplomacy. You can present the story in a frightening way, which is intimidation. You can enhance the tale with your storytelling craft with performance. Or you can impress the audience with fine details and bits of knowledge with lore appropriate to the topic. You need to basically you need to make 3 checks. And you cannot use the same skill more than once. If you get a critical success, the audience reacts with cheers, screams, and laughter, and you get 2 victory points, and you can use the same skill check again. If you get a success, you get 1 victory point. Failure means you've bored the audience, and a critical failure means the audience is actively booing, and you lose a victory point.
Gotcha.
Whoever scores the most at victory points wins the contest.
Can we help from the sidelines like last time?
If you have a way in which you can help, you certainly can.
Okay.
So yeah, like if you can, you do things like, you start cheering to try to get the audience to cheer, or use some magic to make like some pyrotechnics or whatever. Like if you can describe how you're helping, then absolutely you can help.
My thought is Traxton would like to set up some signals beforehand with the professor, like if he wants crowd reaction to try be, pushed in the direction. He'd have like a hand movement that he'd do, and Traxton would respond that way.
Gotcha. Kind of like baseball signals.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, I love that.
Okay. Yeah, sweet.
So you guys can decide. So Flower and the professor are the ones entering.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. You guys can take a couple of moments to figure out what your stories are, and we'll come back after a quick bio break because I need to go to the bathroom.
Go team!
Sure.
Groovy.
Perfect.
All good here.
Alrighty. So yes, the rainy day of the boasting competition. Everybody is still in good spirits, especially the people who paid for private boxes.
Yes, please.
So yeah, basically what I'm gonna do for this particular competition is I'm gonna go through the NPCs and make their roles first, and then we'll do the professor and flower.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So first up is Ankus. So this male dwarven rogue. I'll show a picture. Very ostentatiously dressed. Takes the stage. There is, there's some cheering for him.
The nose ring is a statement.
The nose ring is a statement. And when he speaks, he does have this he's definitely somebody who is trained for theater. Like his voice carries.
He's using his whole diaphragm.
Using his whole diaphragm. But he begins his boast about how he once stowed away on the Sea Wraith, which is the ship of Besmara, goddess of pirates, and his many adventures in the outer sphere. About how the time he won a Deva's wings and a devil's beard in a single game of cards. The crowd does seem to be particularly excited. And you guys can make, for me, either an occult or perception check.
Vision based?
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh, Amaranthar. So Snow Maple and Amaranthar. You notice, like, as he's telling his tale and he's going on about like this game of cards and everything, and the crowd is like really kind of getting into it, even though his tale telling is not great. So far, he's gotten 1 success and 1 critical failure.
Ooh.
And then a critical success. But you do notice, like, there's one person in the crowd that seems to be just a little bit ahead of the crowd when it comes to, like, cheering and stuff like that. It seems like Ankus has basically planted a ringer in the crowd.
Oh, that
To-
old chestnut.
That old chestnut to kind of, like, get the crowd going. Not strictly speaking cheating, but
No.
definitely priming the pump for him.
I think our best move is to point the ringer out to Lindsay.
It's like, do you want me to take him out?
I mean, you do what you do. I have faith in your ability. If you need any backup, let us know for sure.
So yeah, so Lindsay will just basically kind of position herself near him, and then she will,
We'll get Lindsay on counter hype.
and she just does things these ways. She kind of sits behind him and then very subtly casts silence on him.
See?
So Amarantha, with your critical success, you notice this. Like, if you weren't specifically looking, you probably would not even notice Lindsay casting a spell. And he's like trying to like start a cheer and stuff like that, and there's like no sound. He's just like sitting behind him smiling.
Good old subtle spell. Conceal spell.
That's why we have her on the payroll.
Good old subtle spell. But he does kind of manage to pull off a fairly fairly strong ending. The weak part though is really lacking. Anomede. Anomede is up next. Anomede starts her story about how she has spent several months in the Beacon Marches. Talking about how she used her skills and her guile to make sure certain events went certain ways. She talks about things that you guys know happened. You know that there was a plague outbreak and how she was instrumental in making sure that medicine got to the people who needed it the most. And how there was a cult to Gyrona that started to flare up, and she managed to get information to a woman named Jathal, who was able to dispatch people to deal with a particular problem. Essentially, she takes credit for a lot of things that happen in your kingdom.
Really quick, is Jathal a public figure?
Jathal is known to be your emissary. People don't know the details about her, but they do know the name.
Okay, that's good.
Usually it's whispered in very hushed, like boogeyman-esque type of tones. But she does finish her story off about how far the marches have come, and how it's gone from this, tiny little fortress ruled by an evil bandit into a thriving kingdom with, sages that rival even Daggermark and perhaps one day Absalom itself. Like she actually builds your kingdom up while she's taking credit for a lot of it. And you guys can give me perception checks.
I'm not sure if I'm mad or not.
No occultism this time?
No occultism this time.
Unfortunate.
All right. Professor and Snow Maple. So yeah, as Animate is telling her story, and she's bringing it to an end and really kind of driving home how far the marches have come and how they are a growing power within the region, and how the rulers are people who at first glance you would think are insignificant and don't really matter. Makes a couple of rather pointed comments about, how people dress. Not specifically calling anybody out by name, but it's kind of pointed. But at the same time, she's also saying, Patax could learn from the marches, and, perhaps one day King Iraveti will be half the ruler that the rulers of the Beacon marches are.
Ooh,
Oh, thanks.
she is throwing some shade.
She is throwing shade, and Snow Maple and Professor, both of you notice, when she says that part, she stares directly at Iraveti with this, come at me, bro look.
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I ain't even mad.
Ooh, she does quite well.
Yeah.
She's currently in the lead.
She gets done. I'm like, you know what? Maybe she was there. Who knows?
Next up, Sayla. So Sayla, she kind of takes the stage, and there is already there is some cheers from a section of the crowd, most of whom are wearing Mavan colors. Obviously, she is like a hometown hero sort of thing.
Home team represent.
Home team represent. And her tale is she talks about how this time she was in northern Gault and she single-handedly saved a small village from a demonic chimera who had wings of fire and a tail of a scorpion. She managed to lop off the dragon head with the sword, crushed the goat head under a falling rock, and tore the chimera's tail from the body and strangled its remaining lion head with the tail in order to kill it, all without spilling the glass of elven absinthe she started to drink when it spotted and attacked her.
Oh.
I mean, the story is so ridiculous. I almost approve.
Seems like
Yeah.
the crowd did not.
The crowd is like, until she gets to the part about not spilling the glass of mead, and they're like, well, okay. I guess that part makes it interesting. They weren't at all interested in the, ripping off the tail and strangling the head with the tail to kill the creature. Not even remotely interested in that part, but not spilling the booze.
Yeah.
That's
Nobody likes a drink filler.
Next up, Mammon. Let's show his picture. Maman. He steps forward. He introduces himself. So, I am a master infiltrator. I've manipulated the ebb and flow of political power for decades. And the crowd's kind of... It's like, wait. How about the time that I stole into the temple of Callistria, seduced all 7 of the priestesses, including the high priestess, in a single night? When they realized that I loved none of them, I managed to escape on the back of their sacred giant wasp with the high priestess's corset as a trophy. And everybody can give me a perception check.
That is a nice hat. I'll give him that. I got 3 hero points. It seems wrong. No, only slightly better.
So Flower and the Professor and Traxton, you notice when he's telling this tale about seducing the priestesses and especially the High Priestess of Callistria and stealing her corset, Mialessa is fuming.
Oof. He's gonna get himself in trouble.
Something about leaving no slight unpunished.
And she is in fact a High Priestess of Callistria.
Sacrilegious comments.
Oh, that's the one with the poison, isn't it?
No.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry.
Oh, he manages to eke out a tie for the win. People love the toddy nature of this particular story.
Apparently.
And finally,
Everybody likes steamy details.
Everybody likes steamy details. And finally is Miolessa. Miolessa, the High Priestess of Callistria. So she steps up, and she does kind of glare at Mammon as he steps down. And she starts about her days spent in Keonin, and the time that she seduced a succubus who'd been sent from Tanglebriar to capture her and bring her back to Tree Razor to serve as the demon's consort. Tree Razor, incidentally for the players, is like one of the big bad evil demon lords in Pathfinder lore. Like,
yeah, it's the equivalent to like Demogorgon, right?
Exactly.
You're saying Tree Razor?
Yep, Treerazer.
Yeah, it looks weird, crazy. It's kind of like Ripley from Metroid, but green and has a giant axe. He's crazy.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But
I kind of like him. But...
yeah. After captivating the succubus, I sent her back into Tanglebriar, and to this day, she receives gifts of strange fungal potions and wines with which she attempts to win her back. But, unfortunately, she caught a particularly embarrassing condition from her succubus lover, and she hopes that none of her lovers since have been suffering from a painful rash. And she kind of looks at Mammon when she says that, who looks a tiny bit worried. Ooh, again, people like the tawdry stories, apparently. Alrighty. So that brings us to the PCs. Between the Flower and the Professor, who would like to take the stage first?
Go secure the win, Professor. I'll try to tie up second place.
For sure. All right, I will stroll out onto the stage. And before starting, I'd just like to say to the crowd that we have had a wonderful series of stories. But unfortunately, I am a professor by nature, so this is where the extravagance ends and real reality will take its place. Um, but I will start with esoteric lore, as I paint the picture of a sort of gritty mystery noir situation, where we travel to the faraway village of Varnhold, through the misted mountains, and arriving to not a soul amongst the town. Um, and sort of just really drive home the eeriness of a once bustling place now completely devoid of anyone.
Yep. So
Spooky.
make an esoteric lore roll. Just so you know, and Zach, just so you know, for Flower, the DC for these rolls is 31.
Okay.
Oh shit. Okay.
You got this, boys.
All right. That is one success.
And that will then turn into a very actively horror sort of situation as we investigate the town, discover the lair of Mordecai, and begin making our way through this dark ancient tomb full of traps and demons in the walls and spirits of the dead that cannot rest. And I will use intimidation to try to scare the crowd.
All right.
What we've been going on.
Right. Also a success.
And then in a wild turn of events, just a steep downhill slope towards excitement, I will take out my horn, play a fanfare, and describe as we fell the immortal Lich King of Mordecai, save the villagers, reunite children with their lost cat, all of these beautiful things, following fanfare and events and festivals, and how the town is lively and prosperous and beautiful. And I will do performance.
All right. And on performance, I think Lindsay, at the very least, will start cheering. So Lindsay will.
Hooray!
Lindsay will critically succeed on her aid. So that's a +3.
I'm going to hero point this one.
Okay.
Ooh,
Oh, let's go.
Oh, there
Yeah,
you
boy.
go.
Get it.
get on it.
So yeah, after these kind of light-hearted, larger-than-life stories, this tale of supernatural evil and dread and horror, the audience is kind of on the edge of their seats, waiting to see what happens. And then when you start talking about how you managed to rescue the villagers, and the part where you return Dragon to his rightful owners, even though I don't think you guys actually did that.
Don't worry about it.
We totally did.
That's what we did.
Did you? I thought you guys kept Dragon for some reason.
No, Snow Maple didn't keep the cat. No,
I mean, I wanted to.
you did, yeah. But the owner came back, so we were like, oh, okay.
All right. So the audience is like, oh, and there's cheering and there's crying and just a flood of emotions. As the professor definitely has the strongest performance out of any of the boasts so far.
Woohoo.
I give a bow. I give a twirl as I exit, causing the edges of my clothing to smolder slightly, despite the rain. and I take my leave.
Good job, Prof.
Knock him dead.
Did you give us like a little bit of like an extra pep for before this?
Yeah. There's one in the
Oh, here.
player stash. It lasts for an hour, so I'm sure you can sip it somewhere that nobody will see you.
Yeah. It's the hotkey again.
See,
P for the party page.
yeah, and then stash on the top.
Wait, what was it called?
The silver tongue mutagen.
Yeah,
Yep.
there it is. I remember this thing. I know that it's good for me.
Time to take Flower's medicine.
Time to take some medicine.
Damn, that thing said 300 GP. Can we go into business?
No, you're not able to sell them.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
So Flower, this is the greater. So what skill would you like to apply the bonus to? Diplomacy or intimidation?
Diplomacy.
Perfect. There we go.
And as I walk out onto the platform, I'll call out, "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Flower Bloodstone of Clan Bloodstone, and I am the eternal champion of Gorham."
There's some cheers coming from the folks from Taman, the folks that you made friends with on the airship ride.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The teamanese go wild.
Yeah.
And I was like, but there's a story behind my rise. And I'll go into talking about how we went up against the Tiger Lords, and I'll say how they had giant tigers, and I'll say that they had a dragon and a giant, and I'm going to start with intimidation to say how it was such a harrowing assault to get to the tomb of Armak.
Perfect. And you get yourself actually a call it a plus one status or circumstance bonus from making friends with the folks from Taman.
Ooh, love that.
The hooligan bonus.
Oh boy.
Oof, critical success on that.
Oh boy.
The crowd is scared.
The crowd is like, when you start bring up when you bring up Gorham's name and declare yourself the champion, there's like this hushed whispers through the crowd until like the folks from Taman are like, yes, that's right. And they're like, okay, if those guys are on board, we're on board.
Yeah. And then I will, because I crit success, I can use intimidation again, correct?
You can.
I am going to go into detail about how once we entered the tomb, the horrors of the trials were immense. Giant stone colossi trying to crush us, just many perils and traps before we could finally reach the one who called himself Armak.
All right.
And how we crushed him.
Perfect. So again, plus one circumstance from the crowd.
Oh, shit.
Or not from the crowd, from the alliance you made earlier. 33 is a success.
I'll take it.
Nice.
But because of that, I can't
Right.
use
You can't
intimidation.
use intimidation again.
So it seems to have taken away my expert in diplomacy on my character sheet, because that was going to be my next. Because I'm supposed to, because on my character sheet it says I have a +5 to diplomacy. I'm supposed to have a lot.
Yeah, I know you've got expert in. Wait.
You can change that.
I got it.
Like that just changed after the Silver Tongue, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, it's because when you asked him for a skill to pick, that was to determine which skill you lose proficiency in.
Ah, gotcha.
Oh,
Gotcha. Well,
did I have a did I have another choice for those?
yeah, you did.
Yeah,
Cool.
you pick any of your skills. So
Okay.
you pick, like,
Then we'll,
I don't know, athletics for now or something.
yeah, we'll just do that. So I'll use diplomacy to then say how, upon claiming the sword, I rode into the Tiger Lord's encampment atop a giant tiger of my own, and with the sword of Armag, claimed to be the next champion and bid them to leave, thus keeping some for myself.
Perfect. All right. So this time, Lindsay does her assist. So it's going to give you a +3 circumstance bonus.
A I am going to hero point this.
Okay.
Bam.
Oof. A second critical success.
Chocolat.
Knocking it out of the park.
All right. So perhaps with yes, Flower just beat you.
Yeah.
So with some help from some Lindsay to kind of push the crowd over the top at the end there, this tale of like giant tigers and dangerous tombs and undead and demons, and the crowd really gets into it. Perhaps edged on by the fact that you have made some friends with the worshippers of Gorham. And at the end of it, there's no denying that both Flower and the Professor are the winners of the boasting, with Flower just slightly edging out the Professor in terms of appeal to the crowd.
Snow Maple is going to try and secure an exit
Okay.
because these soccer hooligans are going to get out of control.
Oh, yeah.
All of the Gorham fans might.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. They just keep shouting Gorham as they charge the field.
Yeah. There is some charging the field, but it's much more in a celebratory manner. Like people have realized that this is the last event before the midnight joust. So it's more of a general overall celebration as opposed to a riot.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, there is some jostling and stuff just from because there's a fair number of people, but the field is pretty open. So it's really a kind of a celebration of the overall event than anything else. But as a result of coming in first and second place, you guys are going to get some XP.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Good job, guys.
And tournament victory points.
And tournament victory points.
Ooh. This joust
We
belt
know-
worth a lot. If not, we've already got this in the bag, I feel like.
We have 6 tournament points now?
Yes, I believe so.
We had
Or is
4.
it 3? How does that work again?
I think it was
2 for first place, 1 for second place?
2 for first, 1 for second.
Yeah.
But the same kingdom can't get both places of points?
Yes, it can.
Oh, it can?
Oh, snap.
Yeah, that's why
Oh,
we had
we're at
2.
like 9 or something?
Yeah, you guys pretty much have this in the bag. Like, you guys, I mean, at this point, the joust is really a formality more than anything.
That's the way we like it.
We do this for appearance.
We just show up and drink during the joust. We don't even.
We're there for the alcohol. We're not there for the
Yeah.
actual joust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just an extra thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it is 120 XP.
Nice. That's 422.
It is, yes, I believe 422.
422.
So there is much celebration. The Midnight Joust. The Midnight Joust is. I can't remember if it's after the boasting or if it's the next day. It is midnight tonight for the Midnight Joust.
Oh. What time is it now?
It's like 3 in the afternoon. Like the event starts at noon, and then each contestant has 15 minutes for their story. So 7 contestants, 15 minutes. That's what, an hour and a half, hour 40, so 2 hours. So yeah, it's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, we've got tons of time for another tour then.
Yeah. I think we should appeal to Mivone. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Sure.
And everybody can give me a perception check.
Still coming up.
Flower's too busy celebrating.
Yeah.
Sorry, perception checks. I was muted for a second.
Yep.
Okay.
So everybody except for Flower.
That's fair.
You kind of notice, like, during the celebration, you guys notice that Anamede kind of is trying to catch your attention. So she's not being terribly subtle enough so you have to notice it, but not enough that she's hiding it, trying to grab your attention, kind of like, psst, over here.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Hey, look, listen.
I'll. I mean, should we let Flower be the distraction while we have a clandestine meeting?
Well, he's having fun drinking, so I feel like sure.
You're like, it's probably like one of those situations where like everybody's like, "Hey, have another."
Yeah, we'll go in and pull him out after.
Flower's in his element. Don't worry about me, guys. You
You're
go ahead.
surrounded by fanboys.
Plus, diplomacy's not my shtick. Go ahead.
Oh, same. But
So Anamede will meet the rest of you. One sec here. It's like, fancy meeting you here.
mhm.
Yeah. How have you been?
Didn't you hear? I've been awesome. Saved your kingdom a couple of times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
that
know,
was
I
pretty
don't
funny.
recall seeing you around.
Oh, I'm subtle that way.
Yeah.
Super subtle.
To be honest, when I heard about the festival, I was going to go 2 ways. I was either going to take the responsibility for everything bad that happened as your kingdom, fell into ruin and despair and unrest and civil war. But since that didn't happen, I thought I'd go a different route.
Well, I'm glad we could make your story more upbeat.
Yeah. People like a happy ending.
Don't they, though?
Although, it does bring me to a somewhat delicate matter.
You don't say.
So, I mean, I'm not on the best of terms with the king. I mean,
Would have never guessed.
full disclosure.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not really on great terms with you guys either.
Yeah, you love burning bridges.
Yeah. One day I will grow up and that will stop to be my modus operandi, but today is not that day.
Mm-hmm. So how do you imagine that we can assist you?
Oh, no, it's what I can offer you.
Oh.
In exchange for perhaps being able to take up residency. Like, I need a place to live. Patax is getting a little too hot, and probably more so after today. So I'm willing to offer you information in exchange for diplomatic immunity.
Diplomatic community.
Snow Maple stifles the laugh, but Dawn doesn't. Well, yeah, I think we can work something.
Okay. Excellent. So, King Iravetti has had his eyes on your lands for a while.
Hmm.
So, while you've been here mixing and mingling with people, he's been moving armies into position.
Yeah, that's probably to be expected.
So he's made a deal with some giants. He's offered up one of his villages to some wyverns as breeding ground / hunting grounds in exchange for working with him.
How does that work?
You make a deal with wyverns. You're like, here, I've got a whole bunch of people for you to eat. Why don't you work
okay.
with me?
As
He's
long as
just
they're not trying
off,
to breed with the people. Right.
he's just offering his subjects as sacrifice.
Okay, I don't have any actual proof of that, but I do know that there's a town that was destroyed by wyverns, and he's got wyverns that are serving in his army. I'm drawing a conclusion here.
2 and 3 together, gotcha.
And I've heard that he has found a way to weaponize the waters of White Rose Abbey. You've probably sampled the wine?
They're weaponizing the wine?
No. The water. The water at the Abbey has like these mystical purposes. Like it makes things better. It makes the wine really good. It makes potions really good. Like anything that has water as a component is made better by the mystical waters of the Abbey. And she kind of reaches into a pouch and she pulls out like this kind of like scrawled schematic. It looks hastily drawn, like it's not a professional schematic. It's like, I saw the original, I didn't take the original, I just made a real quick copy, but this. And she kind of like holds it out.
I'll take it from her.
And those of you who are expert or better in crafting can give me it's like a recall knowledge roll, I guess.
If this looks difficult to understand, I will first cast Pocket Library to get some more reference documents.
Okay, perfect.
What do you make of it, boys?
Cross references.
Yep.
I'll 0.9.
Okay. Right. So yes, so Amarantha and the professor. It looks like the core item seems to be like a horn of fog. So you sound the horn, fog billows out. The schematics though make it look bigger, like one of those like long horns that's on a ship sort of thing. But there's also notations in there on variations on what Amarantha recognizes as the Cloud Kill spell.
Okay.
He's making chlorine gas.
He does, in fact, seem to be making some sort of weapon of mass destruction.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, guys.
Cloud
Never a
killed
war crime the
Spencer.
first time, is it?
Replicating a green dragon's breath.
Yes. But, I mean, I'm only a bard. I'm not like an arcanist. But it seems to me that water is necessary to create fog.
It's true.
So if he's found a way to use the waters at the Abbey in the construction of this device, could be exponentially worse.
Where is this abbey?
It's to the north.
How far?
It's like find my map.
Distance means nothing to us anymore. No, not really.
I wonder if Lindsay can get a message back to Valerie.
Yeah, probably.
Mhm.
So yes, White Rose Abbey is in the foothills of the Branthill Mountains.
Was that 3.4?
Yep. So it's about 60 miles away.
We can go 3 hexes a day in the airship.
Yep, in the airship you could be there in like a day and a half.
Or teleport in 10 minutes.
Teleport I think is only 100 miles.
Yeah, it's 60 miles.
Yep.
If we can get a message to our armies, then we can potentially cut off access to that water.
Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea.
Your armies would probably take probably a month to march your armies over there.
Well, I'm
We
thinking,
need,
no,
we need
just
to
look,
get a warning to them.
yeah, just so we can mobilize them and meet them, right?
Yep. Yeah, you can. Lindsay can get a message to them in the morning. Actually, no, she can do it now. Dream Messenger.
Yeah.
So she can do it tonight when she goes to sleep. She can get a message to Valerie.
Excellent.
Start mobilizing the army to the border at the very least to be ready.
Yeah, defend the borders. That's the main thing.
Yeah, get the patrol started and all that kind of jazz.
We can handle probably whatever's at the monastery.
So, diplomatic immunity, right?
Yeah. I think you've done well enough.
Like that's pretty valuable information, I think.
I'll tuck the mustard gas recipe into my breast pocket. And tell her that, well, yeah, we'll consider this your first act of patriotism.
Excellent. I mean, I'm really good at that sort of thing, and I understand you guys have like folks that do that sort of thing. So,
Well, you did apparently save our kingdom all those times, so
right?
Right, yeah.
Have you been to the Abbey?
No.
She's not an Abby kind of girl.
No. I know where it is, but I've never been there.
And just describe it to me as best you can. What you know of the place, where it is exactly. Just for teleport to work.
She will describe it as best she can, but what she knows of it is like secondhand information sort of thing.
Alrighty. Well, I can get us there, but I wouldn't be able to get us back till tomorrow. Well, that's not technically true. It would take a solid amount of my magic, but I could get us there and back.
So could you get us back early tomorrow morning?
10 minutes.
Fair. We do want to be around to take his money and reward. Or sorry, wand and money as reward for this tournament. So
but I would prefer to have a better description of this abbey, which I assume I could get just by asking around.
Try the local vintners. If that's where the good wine comes from, I'm sure they've been there.
Or
Oh,
potion,
certainly. It shouldn't be terribly difficult.
potion vendor in the rotunda, yeah.
I also have an idea. Not necessarily for the Abbey, but to protect our armies should the need arise.
Sure, lay it on us.
I like that. I have those kind of ideas.
So, our airship.
Hmm.
I haven't been the most transparent about how it operates, but the engine itself is an alchemically treated construct that houses an elemental that have bound to it willingly to
Yeah,
provide
yeah.
locomotion.
Okay.
This elemental is a servitor from Ranginori, who is the elemental lord of air. He's known as the Zephyr's Prince.
Okay.
It's possible I can make contact with him again. Ask for another servitor with payment in hopes that he sees our plight, not wanting our armies suffocated by toxic gas, as one worth his help.
It would be expensive.
It would be expensive. It would take 2 or 3 days to secure offerings and perform the ritual, but I think it has a real shot at working.
I agree.
Agreed. Let us know what you need to make it happen.
Well, we will need an offering for the creature itself, one that will play into its wants, its interests. I still need to decide what that is, what that could be. But I'm hoping it will not be too expensive itself. Maybe 300 gold maximum.
I am personally a little light on gold, but let's see what we can do. I'm sure we can round something up. I mean, we are at a festival. We could probably find something at the market.
That's what I'm hoping. I am presently poring over items to see what would fit. But yeah, that's my idea.
It's a very difficult ritual.
It is. And the help of many people. But I'm sure together we can get him to see reason and offer us help.
Well, we definitely don't want to risk any offense for this entity. So we should come up with something good.
Agreed. I'll take some time. I'll figure out what we need.
Yeah.
But for now, yes. If we're going to the Abbey, then maybe we should make haste.
All right.
I think it's worthwhile countermeasure if he gets his hands on that water.
Even if we stop the water, whatever has been built's been built. Right. They may
True.
have 4 or 5 of these already. Or 10 or
True.
100, I don't know.
I mean, I think before we leave, we should maybe lay out what kind of goals we want to accomplish. Like we're not gonna destroy the Abbey, are we? That's not
Well,
our goal going in.
perhaps we need to figure out what's causing the water to have its magical properties. Whether it's a link to a plane of water or some sort of magical item. If we could disable it for a time, then
Yeah.
If
Okay.
we need to despoil this water for the sake of our armies, is that something you're able to do, Traxton?
It's something I'd try. If you get me there, I can get into it and see what's inside it.
I just mean that's not gonna be a personal issue for you.
A problem? No.
Okay.
It would be a shame, but not a problem.
in a perfect world,
But
it'd be a temporary.
Yeah. In a perfect world, it won't be anything that's permanent.
no. We'll have to see once we get there. Make that call, but
And it also depends too on the people that we're dealing with when we get there. Like, are these Pitaxian loyalists that are like gonna be hardcore, or are they gonna be reasonable, open to sway once they find out the horrible feat that their resources have been put to in the name of Pitax.
yeah, we just don't know what's going on up there. That's all.
Yeah, we gotta reconnoiter the situation.
Yeah,
Agreed.
definitely for first step.
First step is getting a solid description of this abbey.
Yeah.
But without it, I can't teleport us there.
Yeah, for that, I still say our best shot is to head to the rotunda and see if we can find some wine cellars that are familiar with the place.
Yeah, that's probably just gather information anyway. So
It is. It is a diplomacy check to gather information. Or if anybody has Caden Kalen lore.
I can gather information with society.
Well, there you go then.
So I could try that. We might as well, a few of us do it, eh?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I'll try diplomatizing.
I can reach out to any criminal contacts that might be nearby.
But there would never be criminal people at a festival market.
Yeah.
No.
There are definitely never criminal people in any sort of carnival environment. So yeah, so
I've got criminal connections and quick contacts.
yeah. So basically, it would take you a day to basically get the people to trust you enough to let you know where they are.
Oh, okay.
But you can use society instead of diplomacy if you would like.
Okie dokie.
Actually, I would say it's a day of downtime, and you've spent a couple of days here at the festival grounds, so I'd say that would be enough.
Oh, okay, cool.
The DC for the check is 30.
Oh, still short by one.
Yeah.
But Amaranthar has a way of talking to people and getting information from them.
Excellent.
So you do find out that you get like the location. I mean, they're like the old abbey. Yeah, it's at the foothills of the mountain, just in the up in Glenbourne. Specifically the Glenlorn Uplands. It was founded about 75 years ago by the Church of Caden Kalin. The priests were like master brewers and vintners. You can still find bottles of the wine and the beer around here, and they're definitely worth the price. We have some for sale. Would you like it? And then the rumors that the priests were slaughtered and the site was plundered back about 4668, so 40-ish years ago. But there was never any sort of investigation or anything, and the financing had fallen basically during the revolution. So that's about all you find out. Is there was an abbey specifically to Caden Kalin, who, as you're all aware, is the god of heroes and boozing it up.
They're probably under new management.
That's the guy that just went on a bender and became a god because it was so epic.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Cool story, bro.
Wow.
Okay, God now.
Yep. He's the first example. I believe he's the first example of a mortal ascending to godhood in Galarian, and it's literally because he went on a bender, got drunk, passed out, woke up a god.
The accidental god.
Yep.
As one does.
Lovely.
So yeah, that's pretty much the extent of what you managed to find out.
Yeah, my biggest thing I'm looking for is like, what does it look like, and what's the like? Basically, I just need a description of it.
Yeah. You get a description. You don't know exactly how accurate it is. And I mean the whole thing was like attacked and sacked like 30-40 years ago.
Yeah, that is kind of concerning.
So yeah, it's downhill from it. There's I suppose because they can tell you that there was like the abbey itself, and then downhill there was the winery. There's a cave end that's nearby that leads to an underground pool. It's probably enough of a description to teleport, I would think.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be precise, as long as I know the relative position and its appearance.
Yep.
Identifying features kind of deal.
Yeah, I would say the winery and the brewery and the cave to the underground pool is probably a good enough description. It sets it apart from every other abbey.
I mean, we'll land probably. It's 1% of the total distance traveled.
Yeah, so it would be like not. It would be like 0.6 miles from the abbey itself.
Yeah, we'll be pretty close. Alrighty, with that information, I will spell substitute out. Oh, what? I'll drop dragon form and take teleport instead.
All right.
And I'm good to go if we want to go. I can only take 4 other people. So you'll have to stash scratch in your pocket.
Oh, sure. Yep, no problem.
Yeah, stash him and leave Lindsay to cover for your absence.
Yeah.
I don't actually even really need to stash him, do I? I can just say, chill out here, and then when I get up there, I just summon him up with the Beastmaster thing, don't I?
Technically, he's got to be relatively close by.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just magically you somehow keeps pace-ish somehow. Anyway, that's how it's described. So yeah, okay, I'll just throw him in. I got the wand anyway. So
Oh, is it?
yeah, it's like described as like they're just always sort of near you at all times. So Goose is apparently somewhere around. I can call him if I want to.
Yeah, you can if you go to a different plane, you can still swap them out.
Yeah.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. I still have the wand of Pamper Pet, so that makes more sense anyway.
You're like, okay, Gratch, run this way. We'll see you there.
Yeah, you just start heading north, buddy. He gets there like half his weight because he ran like the Flash.
So yeah, one way or another, you can easily take Gratch.
Perfect.
I think Gretsch would prefer to be in where he's pampered as opposed to hauling his ass across the country.
Oh yeah. He can go in and have a few snackies and
Yeah.
curl up in the big dog bed. I feel like is in there.
Yeah. You're like, okay, Gretsch, run ahead. And he just looks at the wand, looks at you with big brown eyes.
No, it's like nah, bro.
Right. You guys teleport to the Abbey.
And I think our intent's to get back by midnight, right?
Well, we don't really need to because we don't need to be part of the joust to win. We just need to be here tomorrow morning to, I guess, to whenever they're handing out the prizes.
Well, ideally, if we can wrap it up by midnight.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. But it's not a hard deadline. I don't feel like.
Not overly, no.
No.
Like, you guys did so well, especially in that last competition, that you don't need to take part in the joust. If it was closer,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like if the joust was worth like 10 points or whatever on its own or something.
he's like, here, waiting for a map
Actually,
to
if
load.
we get back before midnight, we could get everybody really drunk. And then win the joust and make it a complete clean sweep and embarrass the shit out of Mr. King, I feel like.
That's definitely possible.
Mhm.
We will get, obviously, Lindsay to warn Valerie too, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, as soon as she goes to sleep, she'll be able to dream messenger. At first, I was like, she doesn't have dream messenger. I'm like, wait a minute, she's a spontaneous caster. Of course she does. She doesn't need to wait and memorize new spells.
That must be nice.
Yeah, I did the flexible caster thing, so I'm kind of half and half.
That's not bad when you're a straight caster.
Yeah, you get less spells, but you get a lot more flexibility. So
Yeah. Yeah, and wizards need to memorize too, right? Like,
yeah,
All right. So there's a flash of light. Does anybody not willingly go on the teleport?
Question: did you come and get flour?
oh shit, I knew we forgot something. Yeah, we gotta go kill something, Flower.
Alright, let's go. Goodbye, everybody. Like, just to anybody left over at the celebration.
hold on though, it's you plus 4 people?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh wait, never mind. I'm looking at the icon, sorry. I had a brain fart. We're good.
yeah, there's 5 of us, right?
Yeah. I didn't think Flower was there, but I'm seeing him now.
So there's a flash of light. Everybody's stomach kind of lurches a little bit as you teleport 60 miles, the blink of an eye, to a hill. At the end of an overgrown track, there's a weed-choked plaza. On one side there is a vine-draped bell tower, and facing the plaza are the weathered doors of the abandoned abbey.
Oh,
Well, it can't be completely abandoned if they're using the water.
or at least intend to.
I mean, that's the question, whether they've done it already.
Mm-hmm. And if they haven't, despoiling the places makes it much more attractive.
You can see that there are patches of white roses growing on parts of the hill, but the land itself does seem to be very overgrown. There are like thick bunches of vegetation growing on the hill and the path. Like the path that leads up to the abbey that you find yourself standing on is basically just like an overgrown trail. There's a stone wall that kind of encircles the hill.
Gotcha.
You guys do notice, Traxton especially notice that the vegetation does shift and move with no apparent breeze.
Oh,
Interesting. Chris, I'll open my second investigation onto the cause of the water, like what's causing the water to be special.
Okay. And Traxton can, or actually anybody can give me a nature check.
Is this recall knowledge?
It is.
I'm gonna.
Planar lore might help here. If it's save age, first world.
not. It's probably not natural.
Professor and Traxton.
Thanks for trying, Flower.
So,
Worth a shot. I'm still drunk.
so both of you, yes, the wilds here are unnaturally green and verdant. There's definitely a magical influence. And I think both of you critically succeeded too.
This doesn't smell at all similar to what we've experienced before, does it, Chris? The Fey plant stuff?
It doesn't have the same scent as the bloom did, but both you and the professor immediately your hackles get up. Like the barrier between the first world and this world is very thin.
Oh. I think I draw my my cold iron kukri when I get that realization, just to hold it in my hand.
Sorry, I'm not casting that.
Okay. But yes, so you stand here. There's the bell tower off to your right, the abbey ahead of you. You can see. You can see there's a set of wooden stairs that lead down the hill a little bit, and there's a little bit of a pathway that leads off to your left.
In Traxton, there are no tracks around.
Let's have a look. Survival?
Survival.
Survival.
Just as a reminder, Chris, since it's a new character, Amarantar has magic sense, so detect magic's always running.
Okay. There's no magic you're aware of.
Okay.
That you're already aware of.
In my exploration activity, we'll be looking for echoes of the past.
Amaranthar is his name does not show up like the rest of us.
Yeah, I changed it. You can right click and there's a cog there. You can put it to hovered by anyone.
Yeah, so you can have it like if you find it like having it up all the time, gets crowded. You can just click it so it's hover over.
Oh yeah, look at that. I like that.
Traxton. Yes, so there is like light undergrowth within 20 feet of the thing, and then heavy undergrowth everywhere else. So the whole place is overgrown. There are recent footprints. Looks like they kind of mass in front of the plaza before entering. Like there's the pattern is like a milling about pattern. However, it looks to you like those prints may have been staged.
And they're in the area in front of the door to this structure, what looks like in front of us?
Correct.
Okay.
You also notice a winding trail through the vineyard that kind of leads around.
Okay.
Basically, this path here that leads around.
And was it not noticeable without the survival check, or is it just something I see as I'm looking around?
It looks like it's overgrown, but you're perceptive enough or trained enough in
got it.
survival to kind of go, wait, that's a path.
Okay.
And it does not look like there's been a lot of travel down that path.
Well, I just say to the group, I think something wants us to go into the main door, but there's a path that leads off to the side.
Do a quick perimeter then.
I think we should probably follow the path first, yeah.
You're the expert here.
Alright. Well, Snow Maple will scout the path.
I'll come behind and I'll seek for like people hiding in the undergrowth is my thought. Well,
Gotcha.
maybe things.
Kind of keeping your eye open.
Yeah. Or my nostrils, either one really.
Yeah. Hang on 1 sec here.
Oh, Traxton, you have consult the spirits as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for nature,
Right. Primal.
that could be helpful here. I have it for occultism, so I can speak to the dead. Um, I was just reading it and thought it might be cool.
Yeah, well, if we don't find anything down this path, I guess the next thing we should probably try.
Right. So you follow the path down. And it does take... it's kind of a like a winding walk through very overgrown vineyards. It takes you probably about 10 minutes or so until you come to the what looks like a ruined winery sheltered on the north side of the hill, and what looks like a small cave entrance.
This looks promising. Winery's pretty long for a building, right? Or is it 2 buildings?
It's 2 buildings.
Ooh, looks ruined inside.
So yeah, it is definitely a ruined winery.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps we could find some information about what happened here?
True.
Sorry, you said this was in a cave, right?
Cave entrance to the north. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Do we want to check out the building first or the cave?
I think so. Building first.
Okay. Are there doors? Are the holes in the wall big enough to sneak through?
The holes in the wall are not big enough to sneak through, but there is a door right around the corner here.
Ah, excellent. Have a look at the door.
It is a wooden door, partially rotted. The iron bands and the the handle mechanism are showing significant oxidation. It is not a sturdy door by any stretch.
Gotcha. No one's been here for a while. Well, I'll try and get it open without doing too much damage.
Okay. It opens, and you, as the door opens, you do hear some skittering sounds of something large skittering off into the darkness.
Before we go much further, judging by, just, traveling together, it seems that Snow Maple and I are the only ones that don't have dark vision.
That's okay. Because the moment I hear about skittering, I'm going to turn on my light.
Well, I'm thinking I can make us dark vision elixirs, so we don't need to shed light if we're trying to do this stealthily for now.
Oh.
But
well, we could.
I just don't know if there are going to be people here.
I don't think there are going to be people here.
Okay. I'll save it then.
But yeah, skittering vermin. Time to warm up the old Wayfinder.
Your Pathfinder Society flashlight,
Yeah. Standard issue.
trademarked.
All right, and as you start to move into the room, yeah, some people's like, "Oh shit!" You see this thing. It looks like a titanic spider or crab, or maybe like an octopus with tendrils that come out of the bottom of its chitinous legs.
Yeah.
Has this like rock-colored gray shell.
Flower.
And folks
Yeah.
should probably roll some initiative.
It be smashing time.
Everybody gets, I think, a +1 or a +2.
+2 from scouting.
Yeah.
What kind of bonus is that? Is that circumstance? Or...
I think it's circumstance.
Yep, circumstance.
does it stack with incredible initiative?
And I
That
guess,
sucks.
would Flower like to rage?
Oh, yeah. And if it's within 30 feet, would also like to try and demoralize.
I think it is within 30 feet, actually.
Yay! I don't get to do this often. So much that I forget how.
Snow Maple is just like, scary monster.
Found it. Boo. It's too far.
Is it too far?
Yeah, it says it's too far.
It's 35 feet by the look of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's slightly too far.
Gosh dang it.
That's
Oh, well.
okay. I don't think it has eyes anyway.
Professor, you're up.
And it just has legs and mouth and tentacles and some kind of face.
So-
temple.
Either way, it's ugly.
You want
At
me
the
to
start of
bet
my turn, as a free action, I'm gonna ask the question that I'm sure is burning on all of our minds.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'd like to make a what the fuck is this roll?
Okay.
WTF.
I mean, I'd rather not know, but if we have to fight it, I'd rather know.
I just need to know if we can kill
There's
her
a
or not. that's
certain serenity and ignorance here.
Right. It must be bad. I can't quite see it.
all. Same.
It's
Oh,
ugly.
it's not good. It's not good. It's
Oh yeah, it sucks.
like I can see it, and I wish I couldn't.
Oh, that is a success. You're like, oh shit. That is an Earlgaunt. They resemble titanic spiders or crabs, but with the cephalopod-like tendrils erupting from the tips of their chitin-armored legs. Their jagged gray shell allows them to blend into the rocky walls of the high mountain passes and deep ravines that serve as their hunting grounds. Despite their size, they move with incredible alacrity, bounding across chasms and skittering up sheer mountain cliffs. They are formidable in melee. but with an even more powerful ranged attack. They can pelt their opponents by forcefully regurgitating melon-sized clusters of rocks enveloped in coagulated digestive enzymes strong enough to break down flesh and bone. Those things are fragile and explode on contact, spraying the area with shards of rock and caustic acid.
Awesome.
No.
What
Beyond
part of that was awesome?
The power of Patui.
It's something.
beyond that, what would you like to know?
Aktua.
Do they bleed?
What do their saving throws look like?
Despite their look, they are relatively fragile but very dexterous.
Okay. I'll just call out to the group. Close quick, and yeah, I don't know. I'm blanking. I'll let them know that fortitude is a weak save. Yeah, get up close quickly.
No, I was just gonna let them sit there.
I would like to exploit vulnerability on it.
All right.
Did we find out if it is vulnerable to anything? Or no?
I'm going to find out now. It is.
Oh, excellent.
I got a critical success. It is weak to bludgeoning.
Oh,
Oh,
fuck, I'm
good,
using
good
a
news
sword.
for Flower.
Fuck, I'm using the sword.
Oh no.
He is.
Why could I be the perfect asshole now?
And you also get 2 more pieces of information about it.
Does it have any nasty reactions to be aware of?
No, it does not seem fast enough to have reactions.
Okay. I don't know. Does the crowd have any requests?
I feel like we already know too much.
Uh-huh.
Once we kill it, can we eat it?
No. I draw the line here.
Any immunities?
You asked for a suggestion.
No immunities.
Okay. Oh, you know that already, do you? Okay.
Yeah, I get a bunch of stuff for free when I critically succeed on the exploit vulnerability.
Special movement, maybe?
Does it have any other strange abilities to be aware of? Like spell casting? I guess we know about the rocks bit.
Despite their bestial appearance, they are in fact highly intelligent and can cast spells.
Lovely.
Oh,
Oh,
perfect.
fuck me. Okay.
Sweet. Okay.
Yeah, because spitting owl pellets is not bad enough.
Exploding ones.
Specifically, they can meld into stone, shape stone, and talk to stone.
Oh.
Interesting.
I can do something like that.
See, if we eat this thing, we'll get those abilities. That's how it works.
Yeah, that's how that works. I agree.
All you, pal.
So, that exploit vulnerability was my first action.
Yep.
My second action, I will use a class feature that I haven't used since I got it at level 10.
Ooh.
And I will reach into my pack and take out the carved acorn sort of badge that Traxton gave me, and channel energy through it. And Traxton, I assume you have both of your swords out.
Oh, yeah.
And just bits of rock and stone from the surrounding area start to coat your blades, so that you can hit its weakness to bludgeoning damage.
Oh, boy.
There we go.
Oh, boy.
Does that have an effect I can put on you?
That's share vulnerability.
Share weakness, yeah. Oh, use share weakness. Choose an ally. Traxton. Oh, it worked. Look at that. Exploit mortal vulnerability.
Yay.
Cool. Alright, my last action, I'm going to shoot it.
Please do.
Nice.
37 is a hit.
And that'll be me.
So the bolt or the arrow sinks into it, kind of cracks the shell a little bit. Traxton.
Yay! All right. I'm gonna do some moving here. My first 5 diagonal is free, right?
Yes. Well, it's
Okay.
5 feet instead of 10.
Yeah, regular. Sorry, movement. So that's 5. Crap. Thank you.
No worries.
10, and that tells me another 20. So that's 35. That's my under my 40 move. On the way there, some hunted prey on this fellow.
Perfect. And yeah, Traxton, you're in perfect position to see the second one.
Excellent.
And the second one. Sweet.
Somehow
And
that's better.
as I'm running in with the stone encrusted blades, I'm like, oh shit, there's 2. And
Another.
Second one's got to be above it, right?
do some hurting. Yeah, behind. Yeah,
Yeah, Traxton's like behind the barrel.
yeah, right there.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately for me, but whatever. All right, sorry. Here we go. Attacking. Let's do frostbite first. Hunted prey. Yes, cool. Ugh. I got lots of hero points.
We're in
this week.
combat now. Hooray!
Yeah, exactly. No more crits for me.
The dice know.
Yeah, they smell it. Yep. See. So I'm not doing. I can't do another one. Second hand strike or offhand strike. Sorry. That one will hit now. Watch.
Oh, there we go.
It sure did.
Ooh, 39 is not a crit. Not at all.
Nope.
Oh no.
24 was the critical miss, so their AC is, somewhere around there.
It's mostly me. Gratch will move. Crap, sorry. He will move up. He's got 40. That says 35 when I move to there, so he'll stay there. For now. That's it.
All right. Snow Maple, you're up.
I will slot myself in here behind Traxton. Backing him up.
See the second horror now?
Yeah, no, I see it. I wish I didn't.
Welcome.
Still wish I didn't. But I'm going to take a strike on the first one.
That was really good damage for me.
Let's try. Yeah, let's stick with bloodied for now.
Oh boy.
Oof, that is a hit. And 3d6
Ooh.
bleed.
Yeah, baby.
Wasn't my damage supposed to be extra or something?
Yeah, it didn't count it in, but I got it.
Oh, okay.
He added an extra 10.
Oh, cool. Sorry. Didn't see
Oh,
that.
so it doesn't
Yeah.
have a weak resistance. It just has a weakness.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no resistances or immunities, just a weakness to bludgeoning.
Move, strike, shoot.
Ooh, the Earl got. It'll move forward, and it comes skittering down. Like It basically walks along the walls, along the ceiling, kind of like drops down. It does seem to be very mobile.
Great, I hate it.
Yeah, me too.
And in order from left to right, first of all, it will attack Traxton with its jaws. For 29. Some of it piercing, some of it acid. And while it does, it will lash out with one of its legs at Snowmaple. That is a hit. For 35.
Ooh, shield.
Chief.
Okay. So shield absorbs 15. You take 20. Your shield breaks under the onslaught.
Yep. That is okay. It's doing its job.
It's magic. It's all right.
The other Urgaunt. It's gonna regurgitate.
Rude.
It is gonna vomit up this explosive acid rock thing in a 20-foot burst.
This is what I had.
So I am going to need the Professor, Flower, and Gratch to all give me reflex saves.
Oh no.
Snowmaple is just outside the area.
Hooray!
Did reflex.
Yep.
Oh, poop.
Ah, shit.
Oh god.
So all three of those are critical failures.
I'm gonna hero point.
Wow. Okay.
Can I hero point for Gratch or no?
Yes, you can hero point for Gratch.
Okay, I'll get rid of one of mine.
Professor, you've been spending too much time with Flower.
Oh, we did so well on the boast.
We did. We let it get to our heads.
I mean, it's fair. You guys fucking killed it on the boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't have done it without the professor.
Okay. Gratch and Professor managed to pull it up to only a normal failure.
Oh, that's good. Then. Worth it.
Is this the like hairball of doom?
This
Yeah.
is the Hairball of Doom.
Oh fuck.
Blick.
Acid covered rock.
I mean, it's worse than that. It's like a acid-filled chicken nugget and it just burst apart.
Professor and Gratch each take 48 damage.
Jesus.
I will shield Gratch from it.
Okay.
So Gratch will take 14 less of each of those.
Okay, so Gratch only takes 7 and 7, 14.
Man, those damage deflection spells or abilities are really sweet against.
Flower, though,
They're awesome.
Hi.
with the critical failure,
Yeah.
is going to take 52. That's a lot of damage. Pull out a calculator for this damage.
Oh,
Oh,
I mean, it happens sometimes.
it does, yeah.
96.
it's merely a flesh wound. Oh,
Jesus Christ.
it still doesn't put me below half.
Yeah.
Come on, Chris, hit me again. Come on. Do it again.
No, don't. Scratch is in the area.
And then it is going to follow that up with a bite on Truxton.
It still has another action after doing that?
Oh, it sure does.
Yep, two actions to spit.
Whoa.
But it misses the bite.
Phew.
Thank goodness. Take some of that juicy bleed.
It takes 13 bleed damage.
Oh,
It does make the save, but I can easily reapply it.
it's true. More where that came from.
Cool.
I mean, an extra 13 damage is not nothing.
Yeah.
Oh no, one of them's right here. Where's the other one?
Right around the corner.
All right, excellent. Well, haha. Okay, I'm going to do something that I haven't done in a while. I'm going to sudden charge up to about right here.
All right. Flowers all covered in like Earl Gaunt vomit and rock shards. And just, charges into the room.
Actually, could I have attained right there with the sudden charge?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Important note for the sword. This
As a
is
demon, it's so worthy.
this is considered a worthy opponent.
Excellent. I'll be like, hey man, do your thing.
And you've got
And
either one of you want to attack.
and yeah, I'm going to swing on this thing. Because I don't like. Oh no, I'm gonna hero point it.
There you go.
It can't get worse.
It can't, literally.
There we go.
I saw the hit effect before I saw the actual results, so that was kind of cool.
41's not a crit, though.
Oh, just wait. Give me 1
41
second.
is not a crit. Unless 41's a crit with the flanking.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't count the flanking.
Yeah.
41 still isn't a crit.
Jeez. So that means it's at least
43.
43 for a crit.
That is a hit. Land some bleed damage on it.
Hey, that's
Looks
what
like we're down
we
to
like.
nat 20s for crits, boys.
Uh-huh.
OG rules.
I'm going to Dread Marshal.
Just in case you forget or whatever, because this is a worthy appointment, you could use a single action to command your sword to cast a bless if you like.
Actually, yeah, we'll do that. For some reason, I thought that the sword just did it on its own.
No, you still gotta use your action for it.
Yeah, I thought the sword was like, I deem it necessary.
Nope, but it is a
Sword,
single action
do
instead
the,
of two.
Do the thing.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, sword, do it.
Perfect. All right,
Make us hit better.
Amaranthar. You can't
Well,
see
I
anything, but you
I
hear
can't see
things.
shit.
They
I'm
ugly.
pretty fast, though.
Join the fun.
I mean, to be fair, you can see plenty of that nuggety, acidy vomit all over the place.
Yeah, part of the wall is probably starting to melt.
And match. Yeah.
I can get to there. So I only can see
I can
one.
almost imagine the smell.
Nope.
Oh, boys. Can't see Flower. I was hoping to be able to see Flower.
But you got to get inside for that. He's around the corner.
Yeah, okay. Well, I can see it. So I'm going to just tag it this round, I guess. Actually, how far away is it? 40 feet.
I mean, there's a chance that wine barrel's still good. We don't want to blow that up.
Yeah, I'm just going to tag it.
Okay.
I will cast telekinetic projectile, use bludgeoning. I will use the shadow signet to target fortitude.
Okay.
Which I think this does everything I needed to do. Oh, well, free action You said this thing's intelligent, right?
Yep.
So it likely knows something about what's going on here.
Possibly.
Which means I can pursue a lead for free. It's a free action. As soon as I figure out how to do that. There it is.
New character, who dis?
Yeah.
So you would need to spend a minute examining it.
You could spend a minute examining its corpse.
So yeah, so basically you can just,
Oh, so, yeah, I'm using the wrong thing. That's the
Yeah.
thing I want to do.
Devise a stratagem, right? Yeah.
What just happened? Okay.
He's thinking.
Amaranthar thinks he's right.
He's thinking. Thinking
What
at
it
him.
does, yeah, it lets me roll first to determine what that D20 is going to be. So I'm
Yeah.
going to use that D20.
okay. So yeah, devise a stratagem for investigator allows you to basically roll your d20 first and then decide what you're going to do using the d20 or not.
Okay.
I think 13 will do it against Fort since it's a slow save. And then I think it's not good. There's no toggle for letting me do that, but oh, it's already built in. Nice. No, it wasn't built in.
No, it rolled, but a 34 will hit.
Huge.
So yeah,
Maybe it's
so
not bad for a cantrip.
yep, so like a bunch of the rubble and stuff just starts to vibrate and then pelt this thing, and it kind of like rocks back. It like cracks in its shell. It definitely feels the impact of that bludgeoning damage.
That's me.
Professor, you're up.
I will delay.
All right. Traxton, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna throw my boy an action. I'm gonna move into the room. Okay, thank you. To there. He's giving support.
Okay.
I'm going to attack the creature I've been previously attacking.
Yeah.
Hey, hit with the first strike this time. And damage. And 2d8 incoming. And my offhand. Oh, and a crit.
Ooh, nice.
Love
There we
that.
go. You get it.
Love that. And 48 incoming. Spit a booger at my boy, will ya? And one more strike because I got an action left. Let's see if we can land the short sword, or sorry, the kukri one more time. Do do do. Hiya! No, crit miss on that one. All right, I'm satisfied.
So let me finish applying all of your damage here.
No worries. I'll burn through that pretty quick.
Okay, and you hit it twice, right?
Right, with the and that was with the twin takedown. So both of those were
Yeah.
Oh, like to see that.
beautiful.
So yeah, Gratch comes up and like shaking acidic bile off of him. And, like seeing how badly injured. Well, he's not badly injured, but seeing injured Gratch, Traxton like lays into this thing with a fury, defeating in that one.
Excellent.
Snow Maple, you're up.
Yeah, I'll turn my attention to the newer one. See if I can stick some bleed on it.
Mm-hmm.
35 is a hit.
Ooh, that's not bad.
Good enough for me.
Mm.
And I'm just gonna. Am I still within 10 feet if I go one more space?
I don't believe so, no. Oh,
Oh,
yes.
because of the
Would be.
diagonal. Actually, I'll move to here. That way I'm definitely within 10 feet.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right. And I'll do third action. Treat some wounds on, battle medicine on Flower.
Okay.
Do you get to move in battle medicine as one action?
Yes. Yeah, I do actually.
Oh, yeah.
Doctor's visitation,
Yeah.
maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that didn't roll for some reason.
No, because you have to actually roll treat wounds. Treat wounds should be on your basic action macro.
Yeah. Huh. It's not rolling.
And your treat wounds?
Yeah.
Maybe you don't have your, maybe... One sec here. Try now.
Okay. Nope.
No? I don't know. I'll just make a medicine roll then. And decide what DC you're going for.
I was gonna go for the big one, so DC 30.
DC 30. Okay.
We'll try for here.
Okay.
That does it.
All right. So that's going to be 2d8 plus 30.
Is it 30 or 40?
It's 30. So Master is DC 30 plus 30. Legendary is DC 40 plus 50.
Ah.
Not 2d8 plus 30, though.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's an even 40. That should take some of the edge off.
That will take us to the Earl Gaunt.
I'll jump in now.
Okay.
My first action is going to be Quick Alchemy, making an extinguishing arrow.
All right.
And then I'd like to shoot him. I guess I get to recall knowledge at the start of the turn.
Oh. What 2 pieces of information would you like to know?
Is there anything else we need to know? I don't think so. Right? But I
This
do
is
get...
probably more recreational knowledge for the prof.
Yeah, are any of its body parts good alchemical ingredients?
Probably it's exceptionally strong stomach acid.
Cool. I'll make note of that.
And maybe it's eyes.
What eyes?
Is it good for
Did I succeed this recall knowledge check?
Well, you got information.
Oh, are the eyes the horrible little dots above its mouth?
Yep.
Oh God.
So
hate it.
I'm going to assume I do not get a bonus for succeeding at my recall knowledge check.
No, you did not.
Okay.
You did get some truthful information, though.
Yeah.
Dubious though it may be.
Thing has
Oh,
two.
I miss.
Spend a hero point. You got lots.
I don't actually. I spent some during the boast,
Oh.
and I spent some recalling knowledge, and I
Oh, no worries.
yeah.
Yeah, you've been using
My last action though, I'm just going to do a little movement.
I realized during the boast that I had a full array of hero points, and I'm like, what? This never happens.
Yeah, smoke with the god, right?
Exactly.
Right. This guy. He's gonna go over here by the wizard.
Oh no.
Can he go through that gap?
He walks across the ceiling.
Ah,
Traxton. Does Traxton get a swipe at him?
I
No,
don't think
he's
he's
not.
Traxton's prey.
He's not a hunted prey.
Oh, he's not.
Not yet, no.
Oh, son of a bugger.
And then this guy.
Oh wait. When he strides, I have a reaction I can do.
All right.
I would like to cast Lose the Path. Make a will save.
A will save. 39.
Yeah, okay.
Woof. What a jerk.
Alright then, fine.
Nobody likes a smartass cephalocrab spider pod.
So yeah,
Right.
so it does
crab.
basically kind of like, it doesn't leap up to the ceiling. It basically sucks out some of its octopus-like tentacles to the ceiling and pulls itself up and then skitters across the ceiling and drops back down.
Chris, I dare you to show this thing to Anita.
She's not paying any attention.
What?
Uh-oh. Maybe not. Maybe now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, now
Sounds
she's
suspicious.
paying attention. And then this one is going to spit its horrifying gob
Oh,
of.
no, now I'm not paying attention.
Now she's not paying attention.
Excellent.
It's horrific in almost every avenue.
Those two mouths are a bit excessive, really.
Yeah, and it's got a weird crab shell thing happening and friggin' squid tentacles.
So yeah, it is in fact going to spit all over Traxton and thus catch everybody except for the
Oh,
wizard.
That's bullshit. I knew that's where it was
Ick.
going.
So that is going to be reflex saves.
Snow Maple nopes
Bloody
the fuck
hell,
out of there.
Gratch. What is going on today? Oh well. I got one hero point left. He's gonna take it. Get rid of it. It's gone. Rerolling. Oh, that's slightly better.
That turns it into a success.
Oh, beautiful. My roll now. Boom.
All right, so that is a critical success for Traxton and a critical for Snow Maple.
Join the nope the fuck out of there club.
Professor failed, but everybody else succeeded.
Team evasion,
Yeah,
go.
lay it on me.
All right, Snow Maple takes nothing. Traxton takes nothing. Flower takes half.
It's better than 96.
Gratch takes half.
What is it, 15?
Uh,
Because it said he took no damage. I'll just put 15 damage on him. Oh, you got it. Never mind.
yeah.
Yes, resistance to all damage, 14.
Yeah. The professor threw up his amulet just in time. And
Oh no, I can't use my amulet on this attack. It must be left over from last round.
oh, must be. So it'll be an extra 14 damage.
Yeah, I didn't use my action sync on him either.
Right. So yeah, so could have been worse. Professor's looking like a little green around the gills, but
I think I'm green around everywhere.
acid is just dripping off the professor.
Jim's getting home from work, he says I.
Takes a little bit of bleed damage, but then that wound seals up.
At least it sticks to them for a little bit, right?
Now, 3d6 is not nothing, which is great. And importantly, if you like, you can keep applying it as long as you keep sneak attacking it. Like, it doesn't require a critical specialization or anything. Amaranthar, you're up. Ugly ass monster in your face.
I actually can't see it.
Did we skip over Flower?
Oh, we did skip over.
I'm not seeing my rage effect on right now, dude. Like, is that actually on me right now, or?
It
I don't
should
know,
be.
there's some weird things going on.
Yeah, it's been real weird.
One sec here. All right. There we go.
Ooh. And, huh. Cool.
You can flank with Amaranthar if you go to the spot just below the barrel.
So, right there.
Either one of those two.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. We're actually going to, where is it? Coordinated charge. Right up to this thing.
Oh, that's awesome. What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Flower's like, on me!
Except we're going to hero point.
I don't think you need to, right? 33
Oh,
could
do I
hit
not?
on flanking.
Yeah, 33 would have hit with the
Hey.
flank.
Never mind, we're not hero pointing. Ignore that.
Yep. So yes, each ally within 60 feet who can see Flower can use the reaction to stride, but you must end up closer to the creature than you currently are.
Yes.
No problem.
Why would I possibly want to be closer to it?
Snake.
Gratch can as well.
Oh.
Gratch is an allied creature, so he can stride as well.
Uh-huh.
Oh, true. I forgot.
Oh, you want to be closer?
And
Yeah.
then we're gonna hit it with Dread Marshal Stand. Do you know fear? Doesn't matter, I succeeded anyway. Thank you, rework.
There we go. Amaranthar.
Right. This thing probably doesn't have an attack of op, or proper to mention it.
Mm-mm.
It does not. It's been tested a couple times now.
Multiple, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna cast shield.
3 shields.
Just in case, right?
Yeah.
And then I will. Let's open a portal to the graveyard, and I'll cast Spiral of Horrors.
Spiral of Horrors.
Shades and spirits howl and whirl around you in a display that strikes fear into the hearts of your enemies. Everything's frightened one. No save, and as long as they're in the aura, it doesn't go down.
I mean, level 6 focus spell, but focus spell.
That's a pretty good focus spell.
Yeah. Frighten 1? Yeah.
Yeah, cornucopia is better.
And I imagine his spirits would be like spectral horses and elven knights and that kind of thing.
Perfect. So yeah, so this swirling moray of spirits starts swirling around, and the creature looks like it's like shying away from them. Traxton is up.
Yay! Gratches gets an action for support. I will put on some hunted prey and attempt to bludgeon this thing to death. Because I'm doing bludgeoning damage now.
Heavy sword blows.
Yep. All the heavy. All the sword.
Well,
Hiya!
the sword does bludgeoning, but it still gets a critical specialization for being a sword.
No hero points anymore. Offhand attack. Oh well. I had one good round. That's it for me.
Snow Maple.
All right. Trying to get my strike in here.
That is a hit.
Stick the bleed to it, and then I'm gonna do a doctor's visitation on the professor.
Okay.
I super appreciate it.
Yeah.
I feel like at this level, if something looks at me right now, it could take 20 damage and die.
It's like professor, doctor, professor.
Yeah. And I'm gonna aim for the DC 30. You miserable.
Oh,
I do have a
God.
hero point.
Yeah, hero points just refreshed.
By 1 point. Oh,
Come on.
yeah.
Oh no.
Can't make a 7. Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
However,
I'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
it's not a critical. It's not a critical, and it doesn't cost. It only costs me. I'm only at 2 actions, so I can. No, I can't make another attempt, can I?
As a medic, once per day you can ignore the restriction on battle medicine immunity.
In that case, I will do that. There we go.
There it is.
So 2d8 plus 30.
Get that damn purple blood back in your damn purple body.
There we go. A nice even 40.
Another 40. Nice. Handing out 40s.
And done.
Professor.
Alright, well, first things first, I'm going to exploit vulnerability so that I can start shielding us from this thing again.
Okay.
Let's go.
Second action, I will share weakness with Traxton again.
Thank you. I'll try to hit next time.
Yeah, you got this. I just need to find my feats page.
A little metal one.
There we go, figured it out.
Perfect.
And my third action, I'm going to eat a pastry.
All right. Nom nom nom.
Snack break.
I know we're fighting. I know we're fighting here, but nom nom.
Yeah. There you go.
The Earlgaunt's turn. Well, it is actually intelligent. Highly intelligent.
And afeared. And bleeding.
And bleeding. So it is actually going to attack a wizard.
I mean, that makes sense.
It is going to hit with the bite.
Rude.
For 31.
I'll shield what I can.
And then it's going to hit with the leg. It's going to miss with the leg. A miss with both legs. So yeah, it like snaps its jaws at you, and then it like brings down those like tentacled legs on you. But you manage to like, oh shit, and throw yourself to the side. Flower.
All right. See what I've got going here. First things first. We're gonna share rage with Traxton.
Yeah, get mad about it.
Everybody's sharing with me today. I love this.
If
I like
today's
how we're all just
coming up,
stacking Traxton with abilities.
Yeah.
hit him harder. Come on,
Take my class feature. Take my class feature.
take it.
Go, you flurrious bastard. Go.
Then we're gonna hit this thing because we don't like it. It's ugly.
Unfortunately, I had to move away from the fray to do some first aid. Otherwise, I would be doing the same thing.
That is a hit.
Hiya. You know what? We're just gonna swing on him again. It's never gone poorly for me in the past.
Mm-hmm.
What do I need to hit this thing?
34.
Yeah, we'll try.
Traxton still has flanking with the wizard.
Yeah, that's. Oh, so yeah, you need a 32.
32. Okay. Yeah, we'll
31 because of the frightened. So yeah, you need a 31.
Oh, nice.
There you
There
go.
it is.
There it is.
That should be a hit. For some reason, it's not taking his feared into account.
Ask and you shall receive.
Mick.
Oh, that's a good one.
There you go.
And that's me.
All right. Amaranthar. Monster tried to eat your face.
Yeah, that wasn't very nice, was it?
Bad monster.
Got a piece of you.
It did. Just one, though.
Yeah.
Well, let's give him some telekinetic projectile.
Is Amaranth also afeared?
No, that's the symbol for his spiral of horrors.
Oh, okay. Carry on. I just want to make sure you weren't stacking debuffs on yourself.
This haunted aura.
I
Oh,
just
did the
checked something
bleed?
real quick.
Did the bleed damage actually stick on this thing for a round?
It did.
Nice.
Yeah,
Every time you devise a stratagem, it zooms right in.
Yeah.
I'm glad that's happening to other people too.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
You
it's like
become
that moment in Jumanji when the rock is like smoldering intensity.
yeah.
Ooh,
You like
9.
become the entirety of my screen.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can hit him on a 9. I don't know how bad his fort is. Well, we'll try it. Yeah, it should hit 30. I don't know why there's no toggle for the devise a stratagem, but hey, I rolled 9 anyway. Huh.
Hey.
Unless it just
Right.
rolled it and applied the 9.
It didn't laugh at it, but anyway, so
Yeah, 30 will actually hit because it's not taking the feared into
Fucking-
account.
Tentacle arms and
oh, nice.
Oh, he's still standing.
So that's 2 actions. Third action, I am going to shut the door.
All right. Traxton.
Okay. Let's throw Gretch some support action, and I will attempt to end this thing. Striking a bunch of times, hopefully. Oh, that one connected. Damage. 2d8. Offhand.
That is actually enough.
Oh, that was enough. Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Because the professor shared its weakness with you.
Weakness again. Right, perfect. Oh,
So yes, battered and bruised, and realizing that there are strange creatures here that have apparently come down from the mountains.
mhm.
yeah. Come from somewhere.
Specifically, these are creatures that dwell in mountains usually.
Yeah.
I think the professor got that on his initial recall.
Mountain hunters.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But this is in fact a ruined winery.
If we tap this cask, is there any left?
There is.
Oh,
I mean, it's probably gone bad by now, but the cast might still be good if it's not too rotten in there. Have a look around, definitely see what we can see.
Mm-hmm.
From here, but the only thing of interest, like this is definitely a winery, long ruined, probably like 30 years worth of debris.
Well, that kind of tracks with what we were told, right?
Yeah.
40 years ago, they were
Like
winning.
this is probably the original winery.
And the same, like the room across the way is storage for the winery.
Gotcha.
Again, though, like largely just laying in ruins.
Anything salvageable?
It doesn't look like it.
Any surviving paperwork?
Not in here. This was basically where they made the wine and stored the wine, but it's not an office
Okay.
by any stretch.
Any bottles intact?
There's probably a couple bottles here and there.
we'll definitely put those away. They might be turned to vinegar. They might not. Hard to say.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely worth exploring.
Might be good vinegar too if it's made out with that water.
Maybe.
It is actually particularly potent vinegar.
Oh, there you go.
Excellent.
I'll take it as either a cooking or alchemy ingredient.
Yeah.
Next time the professor makes fish and chips, we're set.
Oh, we could make pickles for the goblins of Green Grape.
Oh,
Oh.
that too, yeah.
They'll love that shit.
Yeah.
Speaking
So-
of grabbing stuff, I'm going to harvest some bits of these things for monster crafting.
Okay, perfect.
Did you want to try and salvage some acid, prop?
Oh, well,
I mean, you caught enough of it during the battle, but I'm sure they've got some left.
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, perfectly. It's just a way to kind of like explain away your alchemical reagents.
Sure.
I have a long list of gross concoctions in Tony's game. I have people almost convinced to not take my character's healing potions.
You never know when that kind of stuff's going to come in handy, right?
But yes, as you take a look around, you realize that, I mean, these creatures probably moved into here. They're definitely not natural to this area. Probably use this as a hunting grounds.
So we're raising the property value by getting rid of them.
Yeah, it's like getting rid of the vermin. But I think we'll call it there. As you guys are out at White Rose Abbey. And everybody gets say 160 XP. Some for the encounter, and then some for the role playing with people bringing people on board the airship, and scouting an area with the airship.
I think we have a definite taker from Timon, and I'm pretty sure we did fairly well with Daggermark.
The Daggermark folks seem very keen on just outright buying an airship from you.
Yeah, but I feel like that's a good start.
I mean, technically by the crafting rules, the prof can knock together an airship in like 2 days for 3,000 gold.
Ooh.
We just got to figure out what kind of markup we're going to give these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, at least 100%.
But yes, we'll call it there as you guys have made your way to White Rose Abbey, and you know that Patax is massing forces on your border, ready to do a full-scale invasion.
We got that message sent out,
Integrating
right?
weapons.
Yeah, you were.
I think we kind of saw this coming too. Like,
I'm pretty sure you did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Patax has not been overly subtle.
no.
I mean, the difference is we might get back in time to make a difference, and their boss is not going to make it to the battlefield anytime soon.
Maybe. But yes, you did, because you had Lindsay with you. Lindsay is able to fire off a drain message to Valerie to say, like, get everyone ready. War's a-coming.
Yeah.
Doesn't Flower have that thing that we can use for ascending if we slot it into my Pathfinder or Wayfinder?
He does.
Yeah, so we could use that too.
What's that?
The stone that the professor crafted for you to give you a bonus on your willpower saves.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You can, or Snow Maple can slot that into her Wayfinder to cast Sending.
So that's a good fallback in case we need that.
But yes, you managed to get a message off to your kingdom to warn them about the things that were coming, so that'll definitely impact and allow you to get some armies into position. But we will pick this up in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Good.
Sounds
Oh,
good.
we should also figure out what tactics we want to give our armies because they all have spare slots.
Yes. In the meantime,
Yeah, that would be cool.
yeah, everybody's got a free training slot for tactics. So, and figure out positioning because it'll matter.
Give them
Gotcha.
the ability to heal. if
Barbarians at the front.
Yeah, basically, when it comes into playing your armies, without using magic, you can basically try to move an army up to 20 hexes. Using magic, you can move them up to 30 hexes. But there's a chance that they get lost or stuck or something. The DC goes up if you're crossing into enemy borders or outside your own kingdom's borders. So,
Interesting.
Well, we
Gotcha.
definitely want to keep them on the borders of our land.
Oh yeah, yeah.
kind of depends on where you want to meet the enemy at. Whether you want the enemy to basically come into your territory and fight them, or whether you want to meet them before they get there.
True.
So, some things to decide in the next 2 weeks, but we'll see
Yeah.
everybody then.
All right, take care.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brandon.
Yeah.
There, everyone.
Have a
work
good night,
tonight.
folks.